Okay, I was like, I didn't think I was supposed to.
Okay, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead, stretch over here and call us to order. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call us to order. I'm going to skip the pledge and the mission statement. We'll do that when we come back out. Laura Lee, if you would please call the roll.
Stu Boyd,
Here.
Amy Doran,
Here.
Pam Howard, Lori Vista Ward,
Here.
Don Kirk,
Here.
Barbara Cruz,
Here.
Jarrett Roberts.
Here.
All right. I will entertain a motion to move into executive session for the purpose of conferring with the attorney for the board to receive advice on specific legal questions concerning disposition of Mary Blair Elementary and Monroe Elementary pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-6-4024B, and for the purpose of discussing the lease, transfer, sale, or other disposition of the district property known as Mary Blair Elementary and Monroe Elementary pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-4024A. So I need a motion and a second on that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Don and a second from Jarrett to move into executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Laura Lee, would you call the roll on the motion, please?
Stu Boyd,
Aye.
Amy Doran,
Aye.
Pam Howard, Lori Vista Ward,
Aye.
Don Kirk,
Aye.
Barbara Cruz,
Aye.
Jarrett Roberts.
Aye.
Thank you, and that passes unanimously 6-0. We will move into executive session in the Ponderosa Room, bring Todd Piccone and Dr. Mark Schaefer with us, and we will be conferring with our attorneys from Kaplan and Ernest, Coulter Bump. And we will return.
A little nervous. I should be okay though about that. And then, that would be great. Yeah, exactly. When you see me.
I do have two of these.
1 minute. This is me. All right.
Every meal, every place we order food from.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Laura Lee, if you would please call the roll.
Stu Boyd,
Here.
Amy Doran,
Here.
Pam Howard, Lori Vista Ward,
Here.
Don Kirk,
Here.
Barbara Cruz,
Here?
Jarrett Roberts.
Here.
Thank you. Stu, if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Of course. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Dawn, would you read the mission statement for us? Thank you.
The Thompson School District will be a school district that empowers, challenges, and inspires students, faculty, staff, parents, school leaders, and community members to learn, achieve, and excel.
Thank you. First item on tonight's agenda is the adoption of the agenda for tonight, October 6th. I will entertain a motion and a second to adopt the agenda.
So move.
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Stu and a second from Barb to adopt the agenda as presented. Are there any questions or changes to the agenda? Hearing none, Laura Lee, if you would call the roll, please.
Stu Boyd,
Aye.
Amy Doran,
Aye.
Pam Howard, Lori Vista Ward,
Aye.
Don Kirk,
Aye.
Barbara Cruz,
Aye.
Jarrett Roberts.
Aye.
Thank you. And the agenda is unanimously adopted. Next item is item 4.1, approval of the minutes from September 22nd. I will entertain a motion and a second to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion from Dawn and a second from Barb to approve the minutes from September 22nd. Are there any corrections to the minutes? No. Laura Lee, if you would call the roll, please.
Stu Boyd,
Aye.
Amy Doran,
Aye.
Pam Howard, Lori Vista Ward,
Aye.
Don Kirk,
Aye.
Barbara Cruz,
Aye.
Jarrett Roberts.
Aye.
Thank you. And the minutes are unanimously approved. Brings us to the public participation portion of tonight's meeting. Item 5.1 is the superintendent's report. Dr. Schaefer.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Education. I have a few items for this evening's superintendent report. First, this month, the month of October, we celebrate Principal Appreciation Month, and I would like to extend this to our assistant principals as well. School leadership matters, and at a time where we have many challenges and complexities, we are grateful and fortunate to have such a strong school leadership at the helm. If you have the opportunity, please take a moment to thank our school leaders. I know a little bit later in your agenda this evening, we'll be asking you to approve a proclamation, just recognizing their great work. So we thank all of our building leadership for their great stewardship and leadership during these times. Next week, we'll be holding a special grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony for our Sunrise Health Clinic. Clinic has almost been open a year to the day, and it features community health services from vaccines to urgent care and wellness checks. Ceremony will begin at 5:30 p.m., and you are, as well as the community, certainly invited, and this is right near the campus of Conrad Ball Middle School. This Friday, I will be excitedly hosting my next round of student advisory committee meetings. And so we'll be meeting with our students from elementary and middle school. So we have representatives from each of our schools, including our charter schools. And they meet with me and my senior leadership team to provide feedback and insight, perspective on a variety of issues and topics. Some they bring forward as topics that they would like to discuss, and sometimes as leadership we bring forward things that we would like them to react and respond to. Know that I meet with these groups throughout the school year, and this Friday will be our first meeting together, and I've already met with our high school advisory group, and that went really well too. So we certainly value our feedback from our amazing students here in the district, and it's very important to our district that we leverage and elevate student voice as well. And then finally, I want to give a plug to a new program we have on social media. It's called On Location. So these are video segments that I do. We post these on our social media accounts as well as our homepage. Last month, we featured the new Riverview Pre-K-8, and coming soon for this month, we'll be featuring our athletics, music, and activity programs. The location we're at is Berthoud High School. And future months, we'll look at our dual language immersion programs. And one that I'm looking forward to is a day in the life of our students. And so we'll be on location with our students, and we'll choose an elementary, middle, and high school student and spend some time with them. So these are features that we want to bring to our community to inform them about some of the things that we're doing here in our district. Transitioning tonight, as you know, at each of our board meetings moving forward, so starting with the month of October, and we'll do this through May, we like to feature schools and some of the great things that are happening on our campuses. Sometimes we have students that come, and other times we have staff or building leadership. This evening, we have the proud principal of Loveland High School, so I'm going to invite Mr. Michael James to the podium, and Michael's going to talk to us about his program, and we will be featuring students, but we'll be featuring them virtually. So, Michael.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me this evening. And I hope that what I present to you will give you an idea of what we've been working on and some of our goals for the semester as well as the year, and some of the celebrations and successes that we've had with our students. So I would like you all, I originally had our jazz choir ready to come in person, and they have filmed themselves instead. So I would like you to all please stand again for our national anthem. If I can get it up on this thing.
Oh, and I think I need to say that if you're watching this at home, you won't hear this due to copyright restrictions, but you all will hear this.
how to increase their repertoire in singing. So that's super cool. And I am going to continue with this piece. I wish they were all here with me. Something I want to start off with, and something that we really took a lot of time to progress in, is our Unified Improvement Plan, in particular our major improvement strategies connected to that. Our first this year, and we have 4, but I'm going to concentrate on 3 tonight. One is to improve and increase the usage of effective engagement and instructional strategies, which is also a major plan for the district. I was talking with Mark earlier, and I've been able to get into a lot of classes and truly see some great strategies being employed by teachers. At the same time, we're really going to be able to expand that through this major improvement strategy and ensure that students are in every class every day receiving engaging instruction. Our teachers are doing a great job, but I do believe that there are some pieces that we're going to be able to implement that will pull us forward. The second is to increase positive culture and climate. In particular at LHS, our stakeholders have a sense of belonging and contribution to improved outcomes for each learner. Each member of our learning community is actively engaged in the learning lives of students and supporting their well-being. That includes families. That includes families having a voice, parents having a voice, of course our students and staff having a voice in that learning. One example that I'm super proud of for our staff this year is they put in place the extended learning opportunities, or ELOs, into the regular blocked schedule. And what that means is every time there's a 97-minute blocked class, there's a 15-minute segment of that has been really dedicated to cell learning, team building, maybe some of the things that usually pull a kid from a classroom. We're doing it in the regular classroom to kind of promote that community of learning. And it's been very successful. We've been able to put a lot of meaningful pieces into that. And then the teachers connect to it more as well, because they are with those kids 3-4 times a week, rather than a 1 week or one class advisory, for example. So that was a way that Loveland uniquely implemented that. And we also are carrying through a lot of our strategies, our action steps, through major improvement strategy number 2. The third piece, and this follows the district's rule of deep equity, which is so important. I just want to say I'm truly impressed by our district for truly adopting a deep equity goal for its schools. I realize we're deeply starting this in February, but I came from a district of 18 high schools, 36 middle schools, and 80 elementary schools when I came from Jeffco, and it really was like, go figure out your equity plan by yourself. So when I went through the trainings in August, in the beginning of the year, I am truly impressed that our district is committed to something bigger and cohesive that the district will put in place together. And I'm excited to do that work. I know we pushed it back a little bit, but February is a great timeline to begin that and then move forward. Some successes: we had an incredible homecoming week that included our student council, our sports teams, our cheerleaders, our marching band, our choir, our junior ROTC. We had over 1,000 strong at a safe homecoming dance because it was outdoors, so that was super fun. We had some really fun theme days. This is an outdoor picture, just so you know. Those students are dancing outdoors, but it really gave them a chance to be kids and to enjoy a true homecoming week, which 2 years prior, or at least 1 year prior, they were not able to do. So just some different snapshots of some of the decorations we had at Ray Patterson Field. A couple of my assistant principals who were dressed alike on Twin Day, maybe acting like a dinosaur. I don't know. But we also had a couple letters of commendation for students who had taken the SAT test last year. We saluted both Kyle Nordick and Max Thornton for outstanding performance on the National Merit Scholarship Program. I do believe this means they scored between like a high 14 to 1600 on this test, which is quite incredible. They received their commendations and will again at the end of the year. And we had a national semifinalist. We celebrated Aiden Sanchez, which means he's that higher faction, incredibly high. He is competing right now for that national National Merit Scholarship. I put this in twice. So just a quick sports updates. Cross country's been doing well. Our girls, we've got a female runner who has placed first in maybe 5 different meets. She will be a contender for the state championship. Our unified football team, if you're not aware of that, it's a team made up of our special needs students. They wanted me to let you know that they won last night against Fort Collins in a very contested game. At the same time, on the same slide, our football team is 5-1, and hopefully moving on as we progress through our season. Our gymnastics, our boys golf, our volleyball, softball, soccer, and tennis teams are all doing well. Some of them better than others, but some of them having rebuilding years. And that is a piece that will always happen, especially after we have large segments of time without teams. Super cool. Our Loveland Marching Band, they actually won the Legacy Marching Band competition 2 Saturdays ago. They were the best in 4A, and they were also named the grand champion, which means they had the highest overall score of any marching band, including all of the 5A schools. And this principal is excited because they also just got selected to march in the Disney World Parade over spring break. So this principal's chaperoning, yeah. So I'm going to Disney World. Some upcoming things. This week, we've got a choir concert on Tuesday, if you'd like to join us, an orchestra concert on Wednesday, parent-teacher conferences, our fall play comes in this month, marching band regionals, finals, and there's a plug for Disney World again. But just great things coming up, getting back to normalcy and having students see the great things that come out of Loveland. And I just want to wrap up. My goals as principal for semester 1 as we move through December to build a culture of feedback at Loveland. And I'm proud to say I've been through 15 full periods of teachers so far. I'm working on a second round of another 15 that I've been doing evaluations on, and truly getting a great glimpse of what our teachers are doing and the fabulous job that they're doing. We are in the initial implementation stages of PLC work, and for me what that means is higher levels of collaboration for our teachers within their common content teams. So we'll be pushing and working through that this year. Of course, the engaging strategies, and then finally just increasing that positive culture for our at-risk students, our most at-risk populations, working with our students, our students that are in the ELD program, speaking a second language, our students that are LGBTQ, our students that are in ESS, and truly ensuring that, especially coming back from the pandemic, they're truly a part of our community and they know it as a Loveland Red Wolf. So thank you for this time. I don't know how long I was supposed to go, but I'm done. So thank you. Any questions for anybody? Stu, how are you?
Fine, nice to see you,
Nice to
Michael.
see you.
Tell me a little bit about the school leadership team in
Yeah.
terms of who's on it, and I'm specifically interested to know if there are any students on that.
Excellent. So our school leadership team, every other Monday we meet as an admin team, and I have 4 assistant principals, myself and my dean. It's informal one week, and then the next week we pull in with reports from different factions of the school, such as a counseling report, a custodial report, our safety, and there's about 4 other individuals that come into that. What I have been doing is visiting, I go into student council regularly, which is our student group, and work with them through school pieces as we move along through the year. So I've been meeting with students regularly and getting their feedback for different items that we've been doing in the school. We don't necessarily have students on our admin team meetings. Tonight was our first SAC meeting, our school accountability committee, and I did that virtually right before this meeting in the side room over here. And tomorrow will be the same meeting in person for our first parent feedback meeting. So
it sounds like the students are integrally involved in the process, they just aren't part of that admin team.
they're not a part of that meeting, so no.
But you're consulting them.
Absolutely.
You're interested in their feedback, et cetera. I think that's a really important part of the process, so.
Absolutely.
Good for Loveland High on that.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you. And do they need chaperones for New York City for choir?
Exactly, I know.
Or Disney World.
Because
Either one.
I'll be available by then. So.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you for your time. I appreciate everything and
Thank
what
you,
you
Mr.
do.
James. Appreciate it. All right, that takes us to the public participation portion of tonight's meeting. My arms aren't. And I'm going to go ahead and read the public statement here. It says, all regular meetings of the board are open to the public. Because the board wants to hear the viewpoints of the public and also needs to conduct its business in an orderly and efficient manner, it shall schedule time during its regular board meetings for brief comments and questions from the public. The board shall set an unlimited time for public participation prior to the business portion of the meeting. However, the time for each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, and each individual will only be recognized once. Public comments and questions at a regular meeting may deal with any topic related to the board's conduct of the schools. Speakers may offer such criticism of school operations and programs as concern them, but are encouraged to exercise their speech rights responsibly. The board president shall be responsible for recognizing all speakers who shall properly identify themselves, for maintaining proper order, and for adherence to any time limits set. And any questions requiring further investigation will be referred to the superintendent for consideration and later response. And I believe that's all of that. I'm going to go ahead and call you up 2 at a time. I believe the timer is now working. You will get a yellow, let's see if it's, what have I not done? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, give me just one more minute here. Hey, okay, that's the beep you'll hear. All right, so you'll get a yellow light on the clock when there's, I believe, 30 seconds we set it for, Laura Lee, and then there'll be a red light when it's time to wrap up, and I will give you the all finished. But Laura Lee, I need you to come here and help me set it back to 3 minutes, please, because I cleared it. Oh, is it this one? There we go. Okay. Oop, wait, we don't want. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. First up, I'll call you 2 by 2. So first up, we have John Kaufman and then D.D. Vicino.
Good evening. My name is John Kaufman. I live in Loveland on the address that was given there. And I wanted to emphasize just first to give you a context for my comments. I've been an educator for the last 25 years, just recently retired. I was a teacher, assistant principal, and a superintendent over the last 25 years. And so I'm a very proud and happy resident here in Loveland. Consistency is often considered a virtue. However, in the case of the Thompson School Board, their consistent disregard for the community is unacceptable. One example has been the elimination of the Indian mascots from LHS and Bill Reed Middle School. Despite strong support for the Indian mascot in the community, this board chose to change the mascots even though they were not being forced to do so at the time. It is possible that the state would have forced the change anyway. Actually, they did. But this board was already determined to change the mascots, contrary to what many people in the community wanted. Another example was when this board's president, Ms. Lori Vizda Ward, on behalf of this entire board, contacted the Larimer County Commissioners to request that Larimer County require masks in schools. Knowing that mask mandates were unpopular with many parents, she wanted to hide the board decision behind a county mandate. After the county refused to issue the mask mandate, she then led the board to issue their own mask mandate. Consistent with radical progressivism, the board sought its own agenda against the wishes of so many in the community. Finally, the board is deceitfully implementing critical race theory, or CRT, within the district. Your deceptive approach began by retaining the services of an outside group, the Western Education Equity Assistance Center, or WEAC, which provided a plan for installing CRT under the radar. This plan was to be implemented within this board's new equity policy. Given pushback from teachers and staff, WEAC recommended that, quote, outside consultants, unquote, conduct training rather than TSD administrators. In response, the board hired Gary Howard, author of Growing Good White Folks, actually it was his keynote speeches, to train the district on what he calls deep equity, which uses the principles of CRT. In November, I urge this community to vote for Blake Law, Lisa Winborn, Dee Dee Vicino, and Nancy Rumfelt to reinstall trust, transparency, and regard for the desires of the TSD community.
Thank you. And we have Dee Dee Vicino up next.
Thank you, President Ward, and thank you for having me. Members of the board, Dr. Schaefer, guests, my name is Dee Dee Vicino. I am running for School Board Director in District B, and you have my address, so I don't need to state that here. First, I would like to congratulate Ms. Doran on filling the open seat so that we have 7 people to make decisions. I think that's awesome. I would also like to congratulate, I'm going to move this keyboard in so I can get closer here. I also would like to congratulate, sorry, I lost my place, President Ward on your recent appointment to the Loveland City Council's Trust Committee. The 2020-2021 school year has been hard. It's been hard on teachers, it's been hard on students. It was a horrible year for us all. And our students suffered academically, as you all know, in ways that we can't even imagine, and emotionally. We have a lot of work to do to get our kids back up to snuff and right the losses that they had in academic achievement last year. Which brings me to my point. We need people to be all in order to get our kids back on track academically. So I am curious as to why the school board president would apply to the trust commission, while at the same time overseeing a district where our kids are not doing so great in reading and math. We have 53% of our kids who cannot read at grade level. 64% of our kids do not meet grade level expectations in math. And Ms. Ward, you are our leader. You are leading this effort to raise our kids up and get us back on track. And now splitting your time between 2 different places. So that is something that I do not understand. Our children are struggling to get back on track. Now, we can debate the reliability of CMAS scores another time, but that's all the data we have. That's what we have to go on. That's what we have to move forward with. So parents, community members, I promise you that if I'm appointed to the board, I will focus every ounce of my energy on raising academic excellence and standards in our district. I will give our students my very full attention. I will give our teachers my full support. I will not divide my time with political stepping stones. I will focus only on the kids. So Ms. Ward, if you care about these kids, and I know you do, I would urge you please to pick a side. Either all in at Thompson School District or all in with the City Council. Just one, because we need you. We need leadership, and we need guidance. So that is what I would urge you to do. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Shayna Garcia and then Tom Caggiano.
Hello.
My name is Shayna Garcia, and I live in Loveland. And I'm speaking tonight simply to thank this school board for their service to the student, staff, and community of the Thompson School District. I had the good fortune to work with several of these members over the years and genuinely admire their selfless dedication to all our students. Joining a school board is a hefty responsibility. The success or failure of a board lies in its ability to work together in an altruistic fashion to support the well-being of staff and students, to confirm taxpayers' dollars are being spent responsibly, and to ensure all students are educated to the best of their ability. Our best board members have shared that they felt most successful when hearing from students and staff of positive school experiences. I would also like to thank the board for allowing me the chance to speak at tonight's meeting. Community members, please be reminded that audience participation is not legally or constitutionally required, nor is it your God-given right. It is generously allowed by this board only via board policy and past practice, which could be changed at any time. So please think about that before signing up to speak. Thank you.
Tom Caggiano and then Tim Duffy.
So I came here tonight to support the board on masks, but it seems that furor has calmed down a little bit. And I would congratulate you and applaud you for your handling of that whole thing. Last time I was here, I missed this last meeting, but people were incredibly rude and uncivil, and just, it was almost embarrassing to be human at this meeting. So I just wanted to say, good job.
I have Tim Duffy and then Nancy Rumfelt. To speak, you can take your mask off to speak if you want.
All right, my name is Tim Duffy. My name is on the sheet you all have. I want to start, I got a few different topics here. The first thing is if you could look at the mold in the milk at Lucille Irwin. It's been like 5 days. My daughter sends me Snapchats of her mold in her milk. So if you could please look into that, I would appreciate it. The other thing, a survey went out to my children from Loveland High School, and this is a Thompson survey. And I had to opt them out of it, not opt them into it. So I'm just going to read some of these questions. What is your gender identity? Some people describe themselves as transgender when their sex at birth does not match what they feel. Are you transgender? What's your following describes you? What's the highest level of schooling your mother completed? The reason I'm reading all these is I have no idea why the school needs to ask these questions to my children. During the past 12 months, did you make a plan about how you could attempt suicide? During the past 12 months, how many times did you actually attempt suicide? During the past 7 days, how many times were you inside while someone was smoking? During the past 7 days, how many times did you ride in a car while someone was smoking? Have you ever had sexual intercourse? How old were you when you had sexual intercourse? During the past 3 months, how many people did you have sexual intercourse with? Did you drink alcohol or use drugs while having sexual intercourse? The last time you had intercourse, did you and your partner use a condom? The last time you had sexual intercourse with an opposite sex partner, what one method do you use to prevent pregnancy? During COVID-19, did your parents lose their jobs? So the reason I read these is it's none of your damn business, okay? I raise my kids, you educate them, okay? There is a line that is being crossed, and to have to opt them out and sign a letter so their teacher wouldn't force them to take this survey is ridiculous. It should be the other way. If you want your kid to participate in a survey, you should have to sign the voucher so they can take it. When I asked to get this survey, they gave me a piece of paper that said, contact the administrator who administers this for the school. It was blank. So I had to go up to the school and ask, who's this person? They didn't know. So I finally got a hold of Carrie Littner, the vice principal, who is the administrator for Loveland, and she sent me this copy. The last thing I want to say is, they do your COVID briefing at the end of this meeting, and I stay till the end. And I'm sick and tired of you, Dawn, making jokes about how us as the general public do not understand COVID, okay? We all understand. And I just want you to know.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm tired
Duffy.
of
Your
it.
time is up. Nancy Rumpfelt and then Heather Van Bentham.
Hi, Nancy Rumfeld, Loveland. It's on the thing. Madam Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Schaefer, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My mom raised me to always see the good in a person regardless of who they were. I raised my kids to understand that life is not fair. I don't even have to finish that sentence now, they just fill it in. Life is about how you deal with what comes your way and the choices that you make. When my daughters Emily and Miranda went to Winona, the focus there was on character, not on differences, not on what divides us, but on what unites us. Fast forward to today, and now there is more division than ever. Am I to believe that teachers here in Thompson need deep equity training because they lack the skills to assess the different learning needs of the kids in their class? What really impacts a child's ability to learn? Is it skin color? Of course not, as that is demeaning and racist. Is it the size of their parents' bank accounts? Of course not, as this is an insult to all who have and are growing up poor and are successful. Is it gender identity or sexual orientation? Of course not, as it has nothing to do with their intelligence. Kids, to learn well, need the support of their family, whatever shape or form that family is. Kids, to learn well, need a classroom that is staffed with a highly qualified teacher who is passionate about helping their kids learn, and I know that Thompson has many great teachers. Kids, to learn well, need boundaries, expectations, and accountability, none of which has anything to do with race, gender identity, sexual orientation, or income. Why are you spending thousands of dollars on retraining teachers and students to see the world through a racial lens? Through a lens that labels people on things that they cannot change, such as skin color? Why are you allowing reverse racism and discrimination to be taught as okay? Why not focus on character traits such as treating each other with kindness, with respect, with understanding? Why not focus on unity? Why not spend the $156,000 from the ESSER 3 on adding in and onto more robust tutoring programs? Why not spend the money on more paraprofessionals in the classroom to help the teachers meet the needs of their students? This Friday, there is no school, so staff can attend an education camp. Focused on what? Deep equity? I am asking as a taxpayer and a concerned citizen that I be allowed to attend this Friday the education camp at a school to quietly and respectfully observe, listen, and learn. Never forget that what makes America great is the beauty and unity of being a melting pot, which is only possible when we focus on what unites us as a nation and as a community. Thank you.
Heather Van Bentham and then Andy Chrisman.
Good evening, Heather Van Bentham, Berthoud. I just read a quote, "Unity comes from mutual recognition of virtue. We are not unified right now. I find no virtue in manipulation." I have issues with portions of the COVID data presentation from the last meeting. Positive case counts were shown on a slide as 3 bullets for 3 periods of time, but they were unequal time frames. There were 2 roughly 1-week time periods and 1 3-week period. 9 cases 17 to 22 August, 139 cases 23 to 31 August, or 130 more cases in week 2 than in week 1. 173 cases 1 through 21 September, or 34 more cases in weeks 3 through 5 combined than in week 2. This looks to me like a spike and then a tapering off. Makes sense. Seems like that's what happens at the beginning of every school year when we all get sick until our immune systems catch up. Your bar charts did display daily counts, but there was a note at the bottom that read, overall upward trend. Your chart contradicted that statement. It showed a spike and then a trailing off. I feel manipulated. The Winter 2021 American Medical Association COVID-19 Guide on vaccines, vaccine trials, combating misinformation contains a language swaps section where they advise doctors on things not to say and substitutes for things to say instead. The swaps range from fine to downright egregious, the worst being, don't say hospitalization rates, instead say deaths. This is a lie. I feel manipulated. I previously brought up the ICU bed story Mr. Gonzalez told at the September 1st meeting because, as Larimer County Public Health Director right now, the biggest part of his job is COVID-19. He was only at the meeting to discuss COVID-19. He spun an incomplete story about full ICU beds, leading us by the hand right up to the end before stepping back to allow us to complete the story on our own, hoping we would assume all the ICU beds were full of COVID-19 patients without his actually saying so. Fox 31 reported 29 September, quote, Larimer County health officials said 47% of patients in critical care have COVID-19, unquote. I'm not diminishing the seriousness of this illness or the tragedy of sickness and death. I'm saying I feel manipulated when I'm given incomplete or misleading information. Clean data and a strong, truthful message stand on their own. Playing with data and words and showing incomplete pictures indicate a weak message, one that requires manipulation to achieve compliant behavior. When it's our experts and authorities doing the manipulation, I no longer find any virtue in those voices and do not trust what they say, especially since they are mandating what we must do with our own bodies. This matters. Please, no
Thank you, Ms.
vaccine
Bentham.
mandates.
Van-
Leave it up to the parents.
Andy
Thank
Chrisman and then Steve Graebner.
Good evening, Dr. Schaefer, Madam President, members of the Board of Education. My name is Andy Chrisman, 2986 Vicourt in Loveland. I am a music teacher, parent of 2 8th graders at Bill Reed Middle School, and president of the Thompson Education Association. I want to speak to some of your agenda items for tonight. I'm intrigued by the possibilities the Master Planning Committee had identified as possible uses for the Mary Blair site in their report. Dr. Scheer, the former superintendent, and I talked about a lower-cost daycare center for employees as an employee benefit and as a way to recruit and retain employees way back in 2014. And we later talked about possibly housing one at Stansbury if it were to close. Daycare is expensive and hard to find. It was the right decision to expand preschool access at Stansbury, students first. But opening one at Mary Blair is an intriguing option. I also resonate with developing space for community partners and for departments that are short on space. This would be a way to develop a closer relationship with KidsPAC, the Clothing Closet, and other programs that nearly exclusively benefit our district community. I like the ideas here and encourage the board to engage parents, educators, and community members in discussion about what might best fit the needs of the district community. I'm encouraged by the most recent COVID numbers in the presentation tonight. One data point, right? But I'm especially encouraged that the student positivity rate is dropping as the adult positivity rate is increasing. That implies to me that we could be doing a better job of keeping students safe and learning in person relative to the general population. While we can still improve our communication of positive cases to students and staff, this data is very promising. The recommendation of the joint insurance community to retain the insurance dividend against future premium increases is well reasoned. But it does break with the past practice of refunding the dividend to all employees. I understand that we are looking at a potentially significant premium rate increase next year, and it makes sense to apply this $1 million or so against that increase. I do ask the board and the district to be very clear and transparent next spring in budgeting to show exactly how this dividend is applied to offset next year's premium increase. Finally, I want to mention the high level of parent engagement and participation I've seen recently on district committees. In the past week or so, I've participated in the K-8 Philosophy Task Force with 7 parents and 3 students on the committee, the Calendar Committee with robust parent and community representation, the DAC Committee where the parents did a great job of pushing the district's thinking on the district unified improvement planning. I also understand there's a large parent and community presence at the design groups for High Plains and Conrad Ball. Thank you for providing so many opportunities for parents and students to provide input into the operation of the Thompson School District.
Thank you. Steve Grabner and Julie Norton.
Good evening, I'm Steve Grabner, and I've been a teacher at Berthoud. This is my 3rd year. And I just wanted to express a word of thanks because of my own personal experience at Berthoud. I'm old enough to have been around the barn more than once. And having taught here in this district for the last 3 years, I just want to say that this experience of partnership that I've experienced in my job with everybody has been astonishing. You know, a partnership with my peers, partnership with the administration at the school, partnership with the folks here downtown, and partnership, most importantly, with the kids and with the parents when we interact. You know, we live in difficult times, and there's a diversity of opinions and a diversity of experiences, but my experience there is when we sit down and talk about how to help a kid, how to inspire these kids, you know, and how to help them shape their vision and give them the support that we need. You know, it's that partnership that makes that all possible. And that's a very precious thing. And I think everybody has worked together to create that here in this district. So well done, everybody. Because as I've came here, I just thought I would never, as a professional educator, experience something at this level before. I mean, I never had before. And I'm so happy here at this stage in my career to have experienced that. And I don't know if there's something mystical about that or not, but I think it all comes down, you know, to what people do on an everyday basis to help each other. And I think I just wanted to say thank you to the board and to the entire district for making that possible and making my job a joy, a great deal because of what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Julie Norton.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just want to thank you for the mask mandate. You know, we're doing it. I'm in the schools. I teach, and I have 2 elementary school students, and we're doing fine. You know, I know it's hard. It's not what we're used to as teachers or students, but it's going well. I've also talked to many community members over the past few weeks who seem very appreciative. People who don't have kids in school, and they just appreciate that you all took that step when the health department would not do it. So I appreciate you stepping in where they did not. So that's one thing. Also, I just wanted to talk about mental health a little bit with students. I really appreciate how much our district has done between increasing our counselors, our social emotional learning coordinators, like we heard the principal from Loveland High saying, incorporating community time. We do that at my school also. The importance of recess at the elementary level, we really appreciate that. We know how much that supports children's overall well-being and their academic success. Bloom site surveys that my school participates in, and some others I believe do as well. The In Focus curriculum that we have, Peacekeeper Circle trainings. So our district is doing so much for the mental health of our students. And as times change and lives get busy and parents are busy and and our world becomes more challenging, this is really important. So I just want to thank you for keeping that at the forefront as we work with our students. One need I am seeing, I taught 5th grade, and my partners and I really noticed social media, even at the young age of 5th grade. I see it in my own kids and their friends in 4th grade, that social media is really impacting our students. So I'm just wondering, as we move forward, what we as a school district can do to help educate students and families about the impact that social media, even video games, has on their well-being, their psychological well-being, their emotional well-being. Or just, we heard students talking last year that, well, I was on TikTok till 11 or 12 or 1 a.m. last night, and they're coming to school the next day and not ready to learn. So,
Thank you, Julie.
So maybe just something we can look into. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of in-person public comment tonight. I believe we have a few call-ins, Dr. Kuhn, and he will run those now.
Hi, my name is Katie Bainbridge. I live on Seven Lakes Drive in Loveland, Colorado. And the topic of my comment is supporting the school board and saying thank you. I appreciate that they've been handling the meetings as they have. I would go in person, however, the time that I went was unruly and unfortunate for folks to be interrupting and behaving as if the students aren't watching. So I very much appreciate that people are calling and supporting the school board and also challenging ways that we can do better. There are some concerning things right now, and I hope that the focus remains on keeping schools open for our students and that we focus on maintaining leadership in the school board that hears the families and supports keeping schools open for students to be safe. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Lou Rogers, Loveland, Colorado. My email is rogersm212@gmail.com. Another dark day in public education in America as Texas faces another shooting in a school. It burdens my heart to hear such tragedy for students and staff, parents in that community. But it also makes me very proud of our community, our staff who works tirelessly to keep everyone safe, a school board who, despite hot political issues, stay on course. Today you have an agenda with closing schools, reutilizing schools, resignations of staff, hearing the Mill and Bond Committee report and how we are improving educational opportunities for kids through our Mill and Bond, from the Career Center that you just opened to opening another K-8 school. So to all of you in the TSD community, thank you to the school board for your tireless hours. Thank you to administration for great leadership in keeping our kids safe. And to all the personnel in our schools, teachers, administrators, custodians, nutritional services, for caring and loving our kids and helping them grow into the adults and citizens they need to be. Thank you.
Bonnie McDermott, 7121 Springglade Road, Loveland, 970-667-1870. I just want to let the school board and district know that you are doing a great job in your efforts to keep our students safe. It is extremely sad that a few parents and out-of-town activists in a district as big as Thompson are screaming out so many conspiracy theories about masks, curriculum, and COVID. Their threats and behaviors are unacceptable to me, and I am sure to you and many others. Please provide more police protection to our board and also remove those immediately who cannot sit down, behave, and speak professionally. Ranting and screaming dangerous threats is unacceptable. If they were students in a classroom, wouldn't they be removed immediately? Please take all precautions necessary to be safe. Thank you.
That's the last comment.
Thank you, Matt. All right, that brings us to the end of public comments for tonight. We now move on to item 6.1, which is action consent items. I will go ahead and read those out. There's a proclamation for Barb to read, and board, if anyone wants to remove anything off there, let me know. And otherwise, we will take them all up together. So, item 6.1 is approval of personnel extra duty coaching recommendations. 6.2, approval of expenditures over $50,000. 6.3, approval of the Energy Challenge City of Loveland IGA. And 6.4, approval of National Principals Month proclamation. First off, is there anything we need to remove? Great. Barb, if you would read the National Principals Month proclamation, please.
Resolution, National Principals Month. Whereas school leaders are expected to be educational visionaries, instructional leaders, assessment experts, disciplinarians, community builders, public relations experts, budget analysts, facility managers, special programs administrators, and guardians of various legal, contractual, and policy mandates and initiative, as well as being entrusted with our young people, our most valuable resource. And whereas principals set the academic tone for their schools and work collaboratively, it's hard to do with your mask on, with teachers to develop and maintain high curriculum standards, develop mission statements, and set performance goals and objectives. And whereas the vision, dedication, and determination of a principal provides the mobilizing force behind any school reform effort. And whereas leadership is second only to classroom instruction among all school-related factors that contribute to what students learn at school, according to research conducted by the Wallace Foundation. And whereas the celebration of National Principals Month honors elementary, middle, and high school principals and recognizes the importance of school leadership in ensuring that every child has access to a high-quality education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Thompson School District proclaims October 2021 as National Principals Month. Thompson R2J School District.
Thanks, Barb. So make sure you hug a principal this week. I don't see any there's nobody in the audience, there's no principals in the audience tonight, is there? Okay, well, thank you to all the principals out there. I'm sure they're all watching at home tonight. So if you see one around, be sure to thank them for all they do, because it's a big job. Thanks, Barb. I will entertain a motion now and a second to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thanks. I have a motion from Dawn and a second from Stu to approve the consent items as presented. Are there any questions at all? Nope, hearing none. Laura Lee, if you would call the roll, please.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Amy Doran.
Aye.
Pam Howard. Lori Vista Ward.
Aye.
Dawn Kirk.
Aye.
Barbara Cruz.
Aye.
Jarrett Roberts.
Aye.
Thank you, and that passes unanimously. We move into the discussion portion of our meeting tonight. Item 7.1 is the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, or CBOC, doing their regular reporting. Todd Piccone.
Madam President, Board of Education, Dr. Schaefer. Tonight, before I turn it over to Cecil and Dan, the chair and co-chair of CBOC, I just want to give a shout out to the CBOC committee, because they do spend, I would say, countless hours looking at numbers, asking questions, and really diving into our bond proceeds and how we're spending those. So as I turn it over to Cecil, just a thank you to that committee, because there is a commitment to the entire district and community from those individuals. So I'll turn it over to Cecil from there.
President, members of the board, Dr. Schaefer, staff, and members of the community. I'm Cecil Gutierrez. It has been my honor for the last 3 years to have served on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee as the chair. And it is always a pleasure to be here to present to you every quarter some of the progress and what we have been taking a look at. I introduce our vice chair, Dan Tron, who has been the vice chair for 2 years now. Mr. Boyd, you and I had a couple of exchanges last time, and I wanted to say that normally the first 3 pages, the first 3 slides that we have here, I've kind of bypassed them over, just because, gosh, we've been doing this now for 3 years, and I think we probably don't need to cover them anymore. But after you and I had it wasn't a confrontational exchange. You made a point about the Conball decision not having been made, and then I made another one. But unfortunately, there's always those out there who view that any exchange we make may have been confrontational. And if you took it that way, my sincerest apologies. It was never intended that way.
No.
Good. But it made it a point to me. I appreciate that. But it brought a point home to me that maybe we needed, after 3 years, to go back and review the purpose for this committee and how we have operated over the last 3 years. This committee was set up by this board to provide independent review for the citizens. It was a way for more transparency for the community and for an outside group of citizens to take a look at how the funds were being spent and utilized. It was intended to be to provide a high level of accountability and to provide communication on behalf of the board to the citizens. But what's important here in this particular aspect, I'd like to share with the citizens, is we have absolutely we're not beholding to sending any of that communication that we give to the community to you. Staff does not review it. You do not review it. We are very independent. And that is very unusual, and I think it's important for the citizens of this community to know that. All the communications that we have is done by members of the committee, and you've seen numbers of letters to the editor, and you've seen guest editorials in the newspapers, and some of us have been out in the community and provided feedback to the community, and it's been independent, and I think that is very, very commendable. We meet bi-monthly. We can call special meetings as needed, as the work has been necessitated. All meetings are open to the public. The chair and the vice chair are elected annually. The vice chair and the chair develop the agendas for the committee with the staff. But what's important here is at the end of every one of our meetings, as the chair, I ask what information any member of the committee would like to hear at our next meeting. And staff is responsive to those requests. And on top of that, if somebody has something come up in their mind between our meeting and the time we set the agenda, any committee member may send an email to me or to staff requesting additional information about anything they'd like to see. We facilitate the meetings. The Thompson School District staff provides all the data. And what I am here to share with you on that particular point tonight is that staff has been terrific. There has not been a single thing that we have asked for that they have not come back and provided additional data. We had, during the con ball discussion, we did call a special meeting because additional information was requested, additional financial information was requested, and staff came back at that special meeting and provided all that information. Our quorum is 50% of the membership. Votes on action items only require a simple majority of the members present, and we report to you quarterly, and which is why we are here tonight. Our membership is very diverse, and some of us have been on there for 3 years, and those of us that have been on there for 3 years, our terms will be up in December. We had a group last year that termed out at the end of the 2-year. Some of them requested your reappointment, and some chose not to continue. My guess is that that will be true again here in December. What I want to tell you about this group that you see on the slide is that they're very diverse politically. They're very diverse from across the different segments of the community. There are parents, there are non-parents, there are senior citizens like myself, there are business people, there are financial people, and they all bring a different level of expertise to the committee. It has been a real pleasure to work with these folks, and it's always interesting, some of the questions and ideas and thoughts that they bring forward. I'd like to turn it over to Dan now for the next portion of the presentation.
Good evening. So we receive regular updates on the large projects from the staff, and they also give us current projects, any additions to it. We review all the process on the large project, any budget risks. They let us know that. They let us know where they're at with it. At every one of our meetings, we get an update on how COVID has impacted the projects, and we also get updates on how COVID's affected any of the school operations. At every one of our meetings, we monitor the cash flow, and it shows they provide the graph that shows projections, their actuals, and actual encumbered. As you all know, we have to spend $150 million at the end of 3 years, which comes at the end of this year. Currently, we've spent $142.9 million as of end of September. We've encumbered $159.6 million at the end of September. So we are on track to take care of that goal of using the $150 million in the first 3 years.
As I've mentioned in previous presentations to you, early on in the process, we requested staff to provide us with a checklist for each school and what was happening within each school, and they did that, and it became apparent to us that without that checklist, our task would be much more difficult in trying to keep track of all of the numbers and which projects had been completed. And I will tell you that staff did a terrific job of providing us with an interactive spreadsheet that when we get that spreadsheet, we can go in and each as an individual take a look at as much detail as we absolutely want to on 1,059 different bond line items. We do this in-depth review twice a year using that checklist. Our most recent review of that checklist was at our August 11th meeting. And through that checklist, one of the things that we want to share with you is that we know that a significant number of priority 1 items are complete. A substantial number of priority 2 items have been complete. And many of the priority 3 items are complete. And a significant number of the bond premium items have been complete. It is total of the 1,059 items, total items, 789 of them are complete. There are 270 remaining, but that's about, we have right at about 75% of the total projects that the district has completed using the bond money. There were 392 priority 1 items, and 302 of those items are complete. There were 303 items when we started that were priority 2, and there are 225 of those have been completed. Priority 3 items, there were 188 of those items, 128 of them are complete. 176 items from the bond premium funds, and 134 of those are complete. And as far as the next steps will go, by the way, let me back up and just say that I think that is the tremendous work. The project teams have just done, I think, a tremendous job making sure that we get to that $150 million at the end of the 3 years. And then their oversight of the construction projects has been awesome. So you can be very proud of the work that the project teams have done. CBOC's next steps. We will continue to review the contingency funds, and we brought to you the last time the Conball, that whole project, which was going to take up a significant amount of money from the contingency. The committee, when we first started 3 years ago, our major concern was that we had enough contingency because you had some big projects that were going to have to be completed. And as we know, anytime there's construction, contingencies do come up. And but now that we have substantially completed the projects, we're at 75% completion, the contingencies are not nearly as problematic or conceivably problematic. We will be continuing to look at that contingency and any future savings, and we will encourage staff to explore potential projects to be funded by remaining contingency and any project savings. We will continue to do in-depth review of those potential additional projects. And we will continue to receive updates on premium funded projects. And one of the points that I want to make here this evening is that when we see those and we review those, our entire job as a committee is we have one job when we review these committees, and that is to make sure that whatever projects the staff is bringing forward meet the goals of the bond as it was presented to the community. Everything that we have brought to you in the past, that has been the number one criteria, and we have reviewed the bond language to make sure that all of these projects have met that standard. And anytime we bring an action item that we have taken action on, it is not a recommendation to you. It is nothing more than an action that we have taken that provides you with the information that that project does meet the one criteria. Does it fit within what the bond, as it was presented to the public, does it fit within that criteria? And with that, I want to say thank you for your time. I know that you all put in countless hours. I want to thank the community for their support, for having passed the bond, and for us to be able to complete some of these 1,059 projects, because they do enhance the education of our children. And I also want to thank teachers and staff for their dedication. They're where the rubber meets the road, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate their time and effort with the children in this community. And with that, we're open for questions.
Thank you, Cecil. We appreciate your work, and make sure you extend that off to your, to all the members of your committee next time you see them. And are there any questions down here? Stu?
Gentlemen, I do have one question, and I also have a comment. How often does your committee meet?
Bi-monthly. And unless there's, unless we need a special meeting like we did with the Conball merger project.
And then my comment is, I hope that when we hear your next presentation or report, that we hear a complete report again. And the reason I'm saying that is that with the election coming up, we know that definitely there will be one brand-new board member, with Lori Ward being term limited. She will not continue to be on the board beginning in November, so there will be a brand-new person in that particular seat. This is Amy's first hearing of a presentation. Jarrett, did you hear a previous presentation? Okay. So I'm not suggesting that every time that you come that it would be necessary to do a complete presentation, because I hope we won't be changing board members all the time. But at the next board meeting, because definitely there will be one, there could be more, and this is such an important committee, and it's so important for us as a board to hear about your work. So please come back at the next meeting with a complete presentation.
Yes, sir, we will do that. We'll be, we always try to be, quite frankly, we try to be cognizant of your time, because we know that you.
We appreciate that, but we need to hear what you have to say, so.
Sir.
Thanks. Barb?
I would just like to include in all the thank yous, the work that Tammy and Todd have done to bring this all forward for us and to keep us on track, because without their keeping us, and you guys, aware of everything, we wouldn't be where we are today with it.
You're absolutely right. And we thank you for bringing that up, because quite frankly, some of the charts that I use, they belong to Tammy. Oh, she's back there. She snuck in.
No, you did it.
Yeah, and they're responsive. If I send an email, or anybody on the committee sends an email, makes a phone call, we get the information that we need. And if there's clarification, they don't mind picking up the phone and saying, maybe we need to talk about that again. So, yeah, thank you for recognizing them.
Don?
I just, my ears perked up, especially when you said that we still might have more contingency. Because last week at the Conball DAG, there were amazing projects, and we were trying to prioritize them like you've done in some of these other, like it's a hard work, and we just did it for one project. So I'm just throwing it out there that if we find that we have some money left, I would love it if we didn't have to cut down to just one of those priority projects, and I'm sure it's like that for other things, but it's really great to continue to get these updates and to just really know this is complicated work. It is so nice to know that it is in good hands, and that even when you try to give us the highest level, there's a lot of information behind it. It's just, it brings a peace of mind to this, and I know that this is a lot of work that you put into it, but it's also a lot of faith that, you know, the community puts into what we're doing with the taxpayer monies, and you are really like the people rolling up your sleeve to go, no, we're doing what we promised. And so thank you for being ahead of that, in the middle of it, and behind it all the time. It's really great. Thank you.
Jared, anything? No? I just have a sort of a think about question. Is there anything that the committee has concern with going forward, or anything that keeps you up at night, or? I mean, it certainly doesn't sound like it from the report, but I just thought.
No, ma'am, because the big projects, the ones that kept us up at night were the big projects.
Finished, yeah.
The elementary school out at Johnstown, and I, especially, as you know, when we had the issue with the structural deficiency, and staff dealt through that, the project managers dealt through that. So that was a big one, and the additions at the two elementary schools down in Berthoud. Those were really the big ones. The Ferguson School, Stansbury School, all of those big projects were the ones that concerned us. The issues that we were concerned about during COVID was being able to get materials, and you know, although there were some issues, staff kept us informed. They were on top of that, and they've had to make some adjustments to the timelines within those projects. But I think overall, with now being 75% complete, I think there are fewer concerns, and that's why the lower level of dollars we have in the contingency fund is not as concerning as it was initially. So, yeah, but thank you. I think things are really going along pretty well, quite frankly.
It's a good answer.
Yeah, no, Tammy and Todd do a great job Tammy and Todd do a great job of answering any of our questions we have during the meeting. Even if they don't have the answer, they do a great job following back up with us to get us the answers. It's a good comfort into the decisions we're making.
It's good to hear, and I can't believe it's been 3 years.
I can.
I mean, even with COVID in the middle of that, I can't believe that we're up against that 3-year already. Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
So, if there's nothing else, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. And I won't see you again, but thank you for your work, and make sure you share our thanks with your committee.
May I just say thank you for all your work on not only on the school board, but I personally know of the many years of service to the children in this community. And I may not get a chance to see you again in this format, but I'm sure we will
I'm sure
out in the
you'll see me
community.
around, Cecil.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. All right. Let me pause my clock here. Okay, next item is item 7.2, Joint Insurance Committee, or JIC, utilization of CEBT, which is Colorado Employee Benefits Trust.
Great job.
Thank you. Dividend
done.
recommendation.
Like our presentation is done now.
You know, you learn all the acronyms and then you go off the board. You know, so.
All those years.
Dr. Siebers.
Madam President, School Board, Dr. Schaefer. Bill Siebers, Chief Human Resources Officer. Just briefly, the presentation will cover Strive 2025 in Focus Area 3, which is Human Talent, and Focus Area 4, Stewardship of Resources. At this time, I have the honor to introduce Dorothy Barnhart, who is our Benefits and Risk Manager, and she'll take you through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Schaefer, Madam President, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. As Bill said, I'm Dorothy Barnhart, our district's Benefits and Risk Manager. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the JIC, since we have some new faces up here, it is a 9-member committee comprised of 2 APT staff members, 3 classified staff members, 4 licensed staff members who are our voting members, as well as Ms. Kirk from our school board, myself, Tracy Doctor, our insurance benefits specialist, and our broker, who is Frank Ehrman with Willis Towers Watson, who manages CEBT, Colorado Employers Benefit Trust. This past summer, the CEBT Board of Trustees approved a dividend to be paid to eligible member employers. Dividends are the result of favorable claims experience from past years. These funds are designated as unrestricted surplus, which is defined as surplus in excess of the reserve amount set aside by the CEBT Board of Trustees for prudent management of the trust. So the way they structure it is they have a certain dollar amount of reserves, just like we do in the school finance, which I know Gordon can talk about more clearly than I can. And then once it reaches a certain point in overage, they decide what else they can do with that. Sometimes that has been enriching our employee benefits. In this case, as it has been in previous years, they said, let's give him back. So I'd like to point that that's unheard of in the private insurance market. Since CEBT is all public funded and not for profit, they like to give it back thinking it's taxpayer dollars and it should come back to us. Our portion of the dividend was $1,110,915.
This was based on our enrollees as of 6/30/2020. It is a set dollar amount based on our percentage of the surplus. After a lengthy discussion, the JIC recommended that the district retain the dividend to offset the district's financial exposure for insurance benefits. This is due to the increase in utilization that may result in a higher percentage renewal for the upcoming school year. As of the end of August, our utilization was sitting at 110.8 our PPO plans. So very, very high. The hope of the JIC is that in retaining these dollars, it will allow the district to continue to contribute to the employee premium at 100% for at least one of the plans. And we'll be back at the end of February with our full renewal at that point in time.
Questions for Dorothy? I have one, being a former insurance person. Do you have an idea, a forecast of what percentage increase the premium is going to go up?
7.5 to 11.
How many?
7.5 to 11.5%, depending on where we land.
Okay.
For comparison, if we were privately insured, we'd be looking at 20 to 30%.
Okay.
So once again, the benefit of our membership in the trust will help us out, keeping that renewal not quite as scary as it could be.
And then you said based on 110% utilization?
That's as of the end of August, so who knows what it could still do.
What's our usual utilization?
We usually
Just for
have
comparison.
sit in the 80s.
Okay.
We've just had a significant amount of large claims this year. This is an odd year for us, though, to be running this high.
Okay. I just couldn't remember what had been in past years, so that makes it a good comparison. Questions down this way? Stu?
Yes. Dorothy and/or Bill, Andy mentioned this in his remarks. Dorothy, you've referred to it also in regard to the possible refund. Could all or part of the dividend be returned to employees if there isn't anticipated increase in?
It would be something that we would have to consult with Mr. Jones, as well as the JIC would have to reconvene and revote on it as well, but we wouldn't do that without the guidance of Dr. Sievers and
Sure,
Mr.
I understand.
Jones.
Is that something that could happen based on utilization numbers and so on?
So it's definitely an option, but the 11%, I want to highlight the 11% would be roughly about $1.4 million cost. So it's, what we're looking at right now is you're ranging from $750,000 to $1.3 million in increase because our utilization is that high right now. We've had an opportunity to kind of look at our plan, revisit, talk about options, talk about interventions that can be put in place, things that we can lower our utilization right now. So we're definitely brainstorming about that. So it's going to be a difficult, to keep it lower than.
So what I hear you saying is you doubt that it would be possible to do that, but it's possible that could happen.
It's definitely a possibility that could happen, but just looking at our utilization rates right now, that money could go towards the premium, and still the district would have to pay on top of that.
Of course. Thanks, you answered my question.
Anybody else down this way? No?
I just was going to add, and of course I'm trying to remember how we played it out, but we did have a very lengthy conversation, and it's a rolling total that we work with. Utilization and what our increase or decrease is based off of the 12 months. And one of the things that we're looking at is that our 110% utilization is not happening as a short-term issue. As we look at the 12 months, there's several heavy hitting months in here, and we also get into some real weeds as far as where those are coming from and what we can expect from some of those things, and some of the big things that might fall off and help those rates aren't expected to. So I just I appreciate that we're trying to give some hope, but that's one meeting where I think that practically speaking, we should definitely be expecting that the rates are going to go up. The challenge for us and all the work that's going to happen between now and February is to make sure that that increase is as low as possible. And I don't see a refund in the future with that. It's fascinating stuff, honestly, the amount of data that we go into all
actually
this.
fascinating.
Yeah.
And there's about 33 cases that are costing about over $500,000 a piece. That's something in consideration too. At times that's an outlier, which throws off your amount, but that's something we look at too. So yeah, I totally agree, Don. It's fascinating once you get into numbers and you understand and you start thinking, okay, so is there a trend taking place right now? Is there something we can look at? So can we change that trend? So those are deep conversations that we have to see what we can do to save.
Yeah.
Because looking at 11%, that's difficult to digest 11%. It's still low compared to other places that are 24%, 25%. So 11% is great, but that's over $1 million right there.
Yeah, we're in that belt tightening phase, as I would say it. The other thing that I thought was really interesting and really important to all of us to know is that, and Dorothy, correct me if I say it wrong, but locally, our medical costs, our Medicare costs are about 300% of the national average. So this is a very, very expensive place for us to get medical care. And as many of us know, we are also in a hub that exists for other places. So it's not like we have a lot of shopping around that we can do, although we do have some tools to make it easier. And so there's a lot of factors. Basically, everything that's under our control is something that we're working on, but there are a lot of really big factors outside of our control that aren't expected to get better anytime soon.
I could just make one follow-up comment. I do think it's prudent to do what you're suggesting. The only purpose of my question was, in a best-case scenario, if there is money left, could it be refunded to the employees? And what I heard you say is yes. Okay, thank you.
And a real quick one, do you feel or has your broker indicated or the company indicated that COVID has caused this?
It has not.
It has not,
Our
okay.
claims are the opposite of the trend that the trust as a whole has seen during COVID-19. The COVID months have been running as a trust as a whole, 60s, 70s, 50s. We haven't had a month under 100% since January.
All right.
Very concerning.
All right. Well, thank you. All right, thanks, Dorothy. Appreciate it. And Bill, next we've got item 7.3. Let me take a look at the time here. Are we good to continue, or do you want to all take a break? I heard break over here, so can we take 5?
5 is
a real
good.
quick one. Let's take a 5-minute recess. And then we'll be back with professional development update. All right, next up on tonight's agenda is item 7.3, professional development update.
Professional development falls into human resources, in case you're looking at me like why I'm up here. Bill Siebers, Chief Human Resources Officer of this amazing district. The purpose tonight is to provide the Board of Education an update of professional development for 21-22, and then highlighting the PD that took place on the 24th of September. The strive areas are focus area 1 is student achievement, focus area 2 inclusive and supportive culture, and focus area 3 is human talent. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Melissa Snyder, our professional development director.
Good evening, Madam President and Dr. Schaefer and members of the board. Thank you so much for having me again. Melissa Schneider, Director of Professional Development. I needed to be able to smile at you. I had to take my mask off. So super excited about tonight's presentation, and also really excited that I've seen you now 3 times since June, and I'm excited to be able to provide you with some incremental updates as time goes on. With such an exciting year with our PD days built in. So tonight I hope to cover 4 main topics. So Laura Lee, thank you so much. First, district-wide licensed PD content on 924, and then some feedback data that we've received from staff about 924. Some of our own in-house audit findings from PD in the last year or so. And then from those, where are we going with PD and some developments. And this goes kind of without saying, but I do want to just say overall that every single one of our professional development opportunities, we take care to make sure that it aligns with Strive 2025, the Thompson educational expectations, the Common Core State Standards, educator effectiveness quality standards. And if any of you are more curious about seeing how our courses are described and align with these things, I'd be more than happy to send you information on how you can look through our course descriptions and our course catalog. So just know that what I talk about does align with all that. Next slide, please. So it's always worth revisiting this slide, which I know you all have seen many times, but the Thompson educational expectations, as I talk specifically in licensed staff context tonight, really revolves wholeheartedly around these priorities with the equity framework, with our literacy standards and improving literacy across the entire district, as well as student engagement. So you have seen this, but I do want to point to the things we did on 924 directly align with this. Slide, please. So some of you probably remember this from last time, but Ms. Duran, I'm happy to tell you a little bit about the focus for EC5 teachers of reading. They focused on 924 again on science of reading. So this is their 3rd full day having science of reading, which brought them to more than half of the hours that they're going through to be able to meet this requirement for the state. Our consultant is Striving Readers, which we chose through a selection process last year. And our implementation tool for this particular professional development is our Science of Reading module quizzes and final assessment. So I wanted to just point out that our implementation gauge on this one this year is not how the students are improving in reading, because our teachers are just learning the new techniques on how to teach reading in this new way. So we've gauged it by the quizzes, and we've gotten good news from the consultant. They did report to us that 96% of our teachers are scoring at 80% or higher, which is the threshold mark for passing the summative assessment that the state will accept at the end of the time. And our consultant is, you probably are thinking, what about that 4%? In our contract with them to provide any additional instruction or to provide any additional opportunities to take quizzes so that folks are ready to pass with full success in the spring on that summative. So we had about 3 main groups of PD for licensed staff on the 24th of September, and the second one was K-5 specialists and secondary teachers. So by specialists, I mean like art, music, PE, those who specifically really don't engage in literacy instruction. The study there was cooperative learning and student engagement, and the consultant that we've used for that has been Kagan Cooperative Learning. The implementation tool for this particular PD is a walkthrough rubric, which I just spoke with Theo Robeson, the Director of Secondary Education, the other day. Pleased to find out that this is ready to roll out. We're ready to start walkthroughs. There's many teachers who are excited who have started implementation already. And these data I hope to share with you sometime in the spring, in the future, as we collect how this PD is being rolled out, what we do notice in the classrooms. Slide, please. And then a third group that had PD on 9/24 were our exceptional student services staff. And I do want to point out that this was relatively new as a break-off group with their specific focus concentrated together, and got a lot of positive feedback from this group as they provided us with feedback in TENS Week and how they wanted something that was really applicable to them. And so we had a assortment, I would like to say, because of much shorter snippets of PD for them in this day on 9/24. But you can see the list of topics here: mental health, behavior, data tracking and analysis provided by an in-house expert, more suicide prevention activities and discussions and debriefings, and some of the consultants or webinars and resources that we used are listed here. QPR was used in TENS Week. Restorative practices is something that we've engaged in for quite some time, and sensational brain is a rather new one for this time, but more a behavior analysis. Slide. So we gave a survey to all the teachers who participated in the 9/24 PD. And we had over a 50% response rate to that survey and left it open for over 1 week, a week plus a weekend from the date that they had the PD. And we asked them 3 questions with response on a 5-point Likert scale, 1 being the lowest that they could rate something and 5 being the highest. The quality of content we asked them about. How would you rate the quality of content? How would you rate the quality of the learning environment that you receive the content in? And how would you rate your own personal readiness to implement what was learned? And then we got quantitative data on that, of course, but then we asked for comments on each of those areas. So I want to just take a quick second to read a few notes on the qualitative data that we got, and also make another note about the quantitative. So the 5-point Likert scale that I described, 4 and 5 are the highest end that somebody could rate one of those questions. And in each one of those questions, over 60% of the respondents fell in the rating in the 4 or the 5 category. And usually less than about 20 to 30% in the 1 or the 2, and not without providing comments. One of the trends we did notice that was beyond our control is that we did have virtual PD, and certainly couldn't have 100 people in a room practicing cooperative learning activities and being as close as we needed to have that. So, you know, it's interesting because as learners, we realize how tough it is for students when they had virtual learning. And so we sat in those seats on 9/24, but still received a ton of positive feedback. So I want to share a little bit of that with you, with also acknowledging the one theme of challenge on that day. So for Science of Reading, we heard great practical ideas to implement right away. Love the opportunity to have it modeled and then give us time to practice. Thank you. I'm ready to try some of these ideas out with my students next week. For the cooperative learning, I've already started using the strategies this morning with my students. It really does amp up the engagement level. And the presenter did a great job with modeling and letting us practice each of the strategies being shared. And from the exceptional student services staff, it was wonderful to have the opportunity to do a PD that truly impacts our profession. Thank you for allowing to have PD that is specific to our role. So those were great to hear about. Next slide, please. So this is a slightly different topic now, but we've kind of mined our data that we have collected here in the last year and a half or so. We have set up our course catalog, if you will, to track how our courses align with educator effectiveness, how our courses align with Strive 2025, which ones are the most in demand, when are they in the most demand, the most sought after ones, and how we can convey this information in a useful way to principals who are instructional leaders in their buildings. So a lot has come from that, and I could go on and on about it, but I do want to highlight a few things that we've picked up on our own internal audit here. We saw more than 90 times courses addressed student achievement area of Strive 2025. We had over 150 courses in the time that this audit was conducted, so in about an 18-month period of time, about 150 professional development courses were offered, and 90 of them addressed the student achievement piece of Strive 2025. 91 of them address the inclusive and supportive culture piece. 57 addressed human talent, and 27 addressed stewardship. So it's really neat for me to see how we're feeding our own strategic plan through our professional development. Another interesting piece that we definitely wanted to query were, what were the Colorado teacher quality standards that were addressed in our courses? Quality Standard 1, where it's about teachers demonstrating pedagogical expertise, that was addressed 33 times. Teachers establishing a safe, inclusive environment, which is Quality Standard 2, addressed 22 times. Teachers planning and delivering instruction that is effective in creating an environment that facilitates learning for students, that's 43 times. And teachers demonstrating professionalism through ethical conduct, reflection, and leadership, 24 times in our classes. While I can go on and on about the data that we did glean from this, it has launched us into, well, where can this go and what can we do with this next? So let me talk about that. Go ahead, next slide. As I mentioned, one of the things that we did learn in the midst of doing this and getting a little bit more professional development for ourselves from our Learning Pro software is how we can actually dive into the data around who's taking classes and how a principal might be able to find out, hey, it's my staff, is there opportunities, number one, for them to engage in the things that are important in our school improvement plan, perhaps? Or perhaps I have a brand new teacher and I've identified an area that is a strength or perhaps even a struggle for them or an interest in them. Maybe they're interested in becoming a leader one day. What kind of courses are there for them? We have now the ability to provide principals with reports for their particular school around these particular things that can align to their own goals. So that's one way that we really want to move forward with this. As I was mentioning, perhaps you have a teacher in your building who is looking like they might be a leader one day. Maybe they're a future principal and you can see it already. So having more PD pathways for different career paths. We've read a lot about this on my team, and we've noticed that organizations that actually strategically select roles that can build into other roles in the organization, recruit and retain employees more than others. And so developing those pathways, this is also something we've heard from classified staff. What career pathway might I have here at Thompson School District? And what professional development then can we provide that will help lead a person to where they want to go professionally? So that's exciting, and we have work being done on that. We're launching an asynchronous professional development instructor training. And this comes also with acknowledging the work that Learning Services has done in conjunction with my team last year on this very thing, and piloting it down to a 2.5-hour asynchronous learning opportunity for folks that want to teach PD in our district. It's important that perhaps there's some people who have taught maybe 4 or 5 years ago and haven't been used to aligning their course with some of the things that we now align our courses with. This course is designed to do that, plus talk about best practices for adult learning and assessment of learning, and all of those pieces, plus model the kind of teaching we want people to have. For example, our Google Classroom for this particular class has been completely translated into Spanish. Knowing that we have a great deal of Spanish teachers who are teaching Spanish who have spoken up about wanting the desire to have some PD in Spanish. So just being able to model all of the different things that you might run into and opportunities that you might have as an instructor. So that's going to launch. We cannot wait to couple the PD audit findings that I just spoke about with educator effectiveness data.
I cannot wait till the end of this year when we see where professional practices were rated in our organization and compare that with what PD we offered in those areas and build what we need to offer more of for next year. And then educator effectiveness PD. Super excited about this too. Last year we offered evaluation, professional development to our principals, and then we've been speaking with some principal groups just recently about student learning objectives and where we can go with that this year as part of our measures of student learning. So I'm sure more on that to come in the future, but that's also an exciting area that is developing in PD this year. Next slide, please. This slide you've seen before, but I wanted to place it in here so that you can be just reminded of the big picture of what's going on from start to finish this year in all of our employee groups. You see the themes of the science of reading and literacy, student engagement, the equity work, the educational technology work, Dr. Kuhn, and induction and mentoring, which is always going on for all of our employees, in orientation and onboarding. So with that, what questions do you have? Thank you so much for
Down here to our former teachers, because I'm sure they have some questions.
Barb, you want to go
Barb, do you have
first?
questions?
Well, I really
or comments?
was just excited to see what you've been able to glean from the PD that has been provided and the fact that you're really getting some good data that will help us move forward. So I don't really have a question. I'm pleased.
Great. Stu.
And I am too, and you know, Melissa, I'm going to have questions for you, but I'm not going to take board time to do that. I actually have 6 questions, but I'm just going to ask one at this point, and then I'd enjoy the opportunity to visit with you about some of the curriculum and instruction pieces of this. At some point, will you show us a compilation of the feedback for the September 24th PD? In other words, will we see tables or bar graphs or?
If you would like a report of that, I can share that with Dr. Siebers.
All right, and maybe that wouldn't need to happen at a board meeting. I don't know whether the other board members would be interested in that. I would certainly be interested in it, and if it's not too much work, I would appreciate that, so thank you.
I think you could just do it as like an email to us, right?
Yeah.
If it's just a
And that's
document,
probably
yeah.
enough.
That would work.
Thank you for this very complete presentation.
Down this way? Nothing done? Jarrett?
I had a quick question. Professional development for licensed teachers. What are the requirements for relicensure? And I'm assuming that our professional development takes care of all those requirements.
It does, and that's a great question, just to lay the groundwork for what we provide. But every single license renewal cycle, any licensed teacher or special services provider needs to have 90 clock hours, just meaning 1 hour for 1 hour. So 90 clock hours or 6 semester credits of either professional development or university credit to renew their license. Just recently, CDE pushed the license renewal cycle to every 7 years instead of every 5. So folks got 2 more years now to renew. But you literally could take all 90 of your hours during your cycle of renewal through Thompson School District and not pay a dime and be able to renew your license and keep it up to date.
All right. I think that's it. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is 7.4 let's try that again. District update on COVID-19. And Todd Piccone. You guys broke it.
Thank you, Madam President, Board of Education, Dr. Schaefer, Todd Piccone, Chief Operations Officer. Thank you again tonight for the opportunity to provide an update on our COVID-19 response and data review. Alignment with Strive 2025 to ensure all facilities are safe, welcoming, and meet the needs of students, staff, and community. So tonight, Katie will be here and along with myself to help present district level data and then data by county. And then we have some state level data to present on what masks have and have not done for kids statewide. So from here, I will turn it over to Katie and she will take over.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me tonight. These are the graphs that you guys are going to get used to seeing every board meeting, talking about kind of where we're at from the start of school to now. If you had comparative data, you'd see that we are starting to slow down a little bit with some of our cases. And you can see this is overall data by school. So you can see we certainly have, those are obviously our outbreak schools that have the higher peaks. Not surprising. And then we are seeing a trickle through of the schools that haven't had cases, starting to have our first and second ones in a lot of our schools, but nothing taking us into the level of concern for pre-outbreak or outbreak really change. This is some of the masking data. I know we've had a lot of discussion about masks here at the district level. This is national data, but it is very interesting. It came out of a CDC report this week. Your light blue is counties with school mask requirements, and your dark blue is counties without school mask requirements, starting from the start of school year nationwide. You can just see the big difference when we look at, do masks make a difference in our cases in our schools? I think astoundingly, you'd see that the data is starting to come. Locally here in Colorado, they pulled a lot of the same data for us. This is statewide data for 48 Colorado school districts, all starting that August 16th week that we did as well. And you can see this is the districts not requiring masks versus the red is districts not requiring masks in school, and the blue is districts requiring masks. Cases go up, obviously, just like we're seeing here in the district, but much lower rates with those requirements. I will say across Colorado, different districts put mask orders in place at different times. So, ours started a little bit later. We'll be watching that over the next few months. Current numbers we're seeing here at TSD, you can see a big drastic drop in cases. I'd love to say it's amazing and we're on a downward trend. This is the time last year we started to hit surge. So Halloween comes, travel for Thanksgiving comes. So we're expecting kind of a calm before the storm. Hopefully I'm wrong. But we are looking at, keeping close tabs on our outbreak schools and just making sure we're not seeing little clusters there. Really focused on our high-risk activities. That's what the county has us focused on as well. So that's your higher spread, aerosolized, close contact sports sort of thing. So we're really paying attention across schools, whether you're an outbreak or not. You'll see we have, I started adding a list of how many schools we have and what the breakout is. So we have 3 outbreak high schools, 1 middle school, and 1 elementary school. Pre-outbreak cohorts, I think it's interesting to note that we had 10, 5 have resolved. So pre-outbreaks is only a 14-day window. If we have no additional cases in that classroom, we're considered cleared. If we have additional cases that pop up, we go back into pre-outbreak. But we had 2 that moved us into outbreak status at one of our elementary schools, and then we have 3 active. So at any given time, we expect to have a few. Process updates that we're working through right now, really the additional layered mitigation strategies, right? How can we provide district options to keep kids safe in our schools? Safer is always our goal, right? And more options, more choices for our families. We're in the process of working with the state to organize surveillance testing. This is a statewide initiative funded by a multitude of different avenues in partnership with CDE, Department of Education. The idea with the surveillance testing is we can sign up as a district. There's no cost to the district. It is a full service operation that comes in and runs testing out of our. The purpose is really getting ahead of these cases, right? So testing gives us some opportunity to catch kids before their infectious period hits schools for us, minimize contact tracing, but also try to catch these kids before they're symptomatic and spreading in our. Seeing a lot of still minor symptoms that end up being positive COVID. So if we can get these kiddos tested on a weekly basis, we would be catching those. It can be used to keep kids from quarantining, and it has been really promoted that way at the state level, but we're not sure how it will apply for our outbreak schools, because right now outbreak doesn't allow for less mitigation, only more. So kind of to be determined with that. We are still definitely working through logistics with the state. A lot of the reporting and data back that we want to verify to make sure that we can actually use what they're doing from a testing standpoint in our schools, but also figure out that outbreak school component. How's that going to look? Slated to possibly begin as early as mid-October, so it's only a few weeks away. Evaluating options and conditions that will be required to roll back our current mitigation strategies. So looking at, if we added testing, would we be able to look at taking something off, or would we be just sitting added for a while to try to get some of our numbers down? What we look at is that we know that mitigation cannot be rolled back in an outbreak school. So that's something that we always have to keep in mind as we're looking through this. Community risk is what we talked about last time, that 35 cases per 100,000 is kind of the threshold that state sits at, and we have looked at. Surveillance testing is something we really want to add to what we're doing. It is an ask I've had from a lot of parents. They want to have their kids tested. It's hard to find testing options in our community sometimes, so this is something that I think it's not mandatory, it's not required, but will be a good option for our students. And then vaccine rates. We know that the more we have vaccinated in our schools, the less we have kids out for quarantine. We're seeing that a lot right now. But again, it's a choice, so we're not requiring any vaccines. Outbreak status, I feel like we just need to keep talking about this. It does make a difference for us. Once a school is put into outbreak status, they remain there, and there's not really an out for us right now. Unlike pre-outbreaks, and this is interesting, a pre-outbreak is limited to a classroom or cohort typically. Once you hit that 5 and the state or the county determines that you have epidemiological links within that classroom, and they move you to an outbreak school, it's every case at the school. It doesn't have to be epi-linked, so it's just hard once we get into that to get out of it. As school has to have no cases for 28 days. And that's a long period of time, right? So we have some schools, I was just pulling data this morning, have had 1 case in the last 2 weeks that are in outbreak, but that 1 case starts the clock over for another 28. So we could see change with that. State does make changes and guidance recommendations throughout the school year, but right now that's where we sit. A list of our schools that are in outbreak status here locally for us. The difference for our schools in outbreak status is it means they're contact tracing. So quarantining kids, letters are going out that kids can't be in school. And then in addition to that, you've just got a little bit more disruption in in-person learning, which is not where we want to be, right? Local data and then CDC data. So you can see our risk score still sits high in our community. CDC still has us marked as high level of a transmission for Larimer County. I think some things to note, that positivity test rate continues to go up. We do know that with testing a little bit more limited, it's our sicker folks who are going out and get tested, so it's not unusual to see that percent rise, but I was just looking at it, it's a 3.5%. A big increase. And we see that as we surge, right? So that's one of 7-day case rate, you could see when we talk about 206 per 100,000 is where we're at right now, and the state wants us at 35. We were closer to that over the summer. Delta has. Those are your 7-day case rates of children in Larimer County. You can see these numbers starting to come back down for sure. Everything is kind of on a downward trend, but I think I would say county as well is looking at that as, we're just going to wait and see where that goes. And then positivity by age group. So positivity is going up across pretty much everything right now, but we are starting to just look at that 0 to 17, 18 range, because that's what.
Questions? Anybody?
I'm happy to be the last one to ask the questions.
Okay.
Expect somebody else might.
I think we're good down on this end, so, no?
Our time together when we talked about it helped
Right.
immensely, so.
Right. We've been briefed, for those of you, we've been briefed on some of this already, so we've had chances to ask questions. So go ahead and Stu.
All right, 3 questions, Katie, and I think they're going to be quick. The outbreak status is declared by the health department, correct? And so we are required to follow the guidelines or the restrictions that they impose.
That's accurate, yes.
Could you tell us maybe 2 or 3 of the layered mitigation strategies that were mentioned on one of the slides?
Sure. So locally here, we have a mask order in place. That's probably the most consistent one we have right now as far as everyone's doing the masking, right? And that's where we're at. We do offer testing. It's limited, but it is available to staff and students at our schools right now. It is just not at a surveillance level where we could do it. So that's kind of the difference, right? We're offering testing here locally, primarily used for symptomatic individuals who, but we'd be switching to the surveillance model. And then the other thing we have in our community is vaccines. We do have a good amount of vaccination going on in the community, and we are starting to see an uptake, especially in our younger eligible populations. Even here, we're seeing just a slow, gradual increase as I think it gets a little more. And then that will increase right as the kids.
So I heard you say 3 primary mitigation strategies. That brings me then to my last question. Knowing that concern has been expressed during public comment at our meetings and that we as board members have received numerous emails about this as well, could you talk a little bit about what the district is doing, especially regarding instruction and socialization of the younger children, because the concerns that we've heard is that they are more affected by the masking. So what's the district doing to address those concerns that we have heard?
I will let Todd answer that one.
Okay.
He is
And
more
I think he's going to let Dawn
Dawn,
answer that.
Dawn, sorry, Dawn.
That's all right. Thanks, Katie. Thank you. So we do have regular mask breaks, so that's part of what happens in the classroom. Also, with the change of no longer having to have students in rows, their desks in rows and being at least 3 feet apart, our classrooms are able to do some more small group work. So we're able to bring in, whether it's pairs of students or a group of 3 or a group of 4, where they're sitting, next shoulder to shoulder or across from each other. They're able to do more of those interactive cooperative learning activities that we weren't as able to do when every student was facing one direction. We also have, one of our teachers who shared during public comment, having the opportunity to bring the students in circle. And we think about our youngest students. There's a lot of work that happens bringing them together on the carpet. And so being able to have them together again next to each other, being able to look each other in the eye and be able to have those kinds of conversations. And then as Dr. Schneider shared with our cooperative learning, much of that is really built on equitable conversation. So partner A, partner B, and again, having kids face each other, sitting side by side. And so those are things that we're doing instructionally that a year ago we weren't able to do. So that's a shift from where we were. Even though students are still in masks, there are many more opportunities for the socialization skills of interacting with each other.
Hang around a second. So now I have a question, Dawn. On top of that, like we're all familiar with all the activities and sports and things at secondary, but are there clubs and things that are going on for the elementary kids? Are those allowed this year?
They are. Okay. So it just depends on the school and what
they normally do.
What they normally do and
things
how
like
they're
Destination Imagination
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
that one comes up. Okay,
Yep.
great.
Yep.
Field trips are back on?
When we can transport them, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Katie or, Dr. Schaefer?
This could be for Katie, and I'll preface this question by saying that I know there are no plans, nor is there any discussion about mandating vaccines for students. That is the preamble to this question. Can you provide us with a vaccination update for eligibility for 5 to 11-year-olds, as well as I know boosters are currently becoming available. Can you just let our community know about that?
So what I know right now is that Pfizer has submitted their kind of test data that shows that the vaccine is safe for 5 to 12, right? That's the range they landed. The biggest interesting piece is they haven't submitted for authorization yet. So the data has to go through a review, and then the next step is they submit for authorization. When this has happened in the past, most years non-COVID, it takes years for this process. Last time, I think we were shocked to see it go through in a few days. And left, I would say, a lot of health departments and state government scrambling to implement. So I think there's a lot of plans right now to get in place and get ready for what that looks like as far as rollout goes. But it could be anything starting as soon as they submit that actual request for authorization. Could be a few days, could be a couple. So we're kind of getting ready because it will be a fast rollout is my suspicion. Boosters have become approved and encouraged. They're very focused on the 65 plus population, but they also put an explanation in for certain types of workers that might be in closer contact. They did loop teachers into that, as well as healthcare workers, any sort of long-term care facility, kind of closed living quarters as well. But they are allowed, they are encouraged, and we are able to get them locally here. There's not a requirement that says you have to prove a status or anything like that. And then also strongly recommended for immunocompromised. So if you have something else going on, that immunocompromised piece.
Thanks for asking that question. All right. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. Thanks, Todd. Next, we have item 7.5, calendar committee update. Dr. Siebers?
Madam President, School Board, Dr. Schaefer, Bill Siebers, Chief Human Resources Officer. During this presentation, I'm going to play a game called Phone a Friend. So we have two people in the audience that's part of the calendar committee. We have Ann Brutton, who represents classified, and we have Andy Chrisman, who represents licensed. So at any time when I feel like there's a need to go to the crowd, I'm going to pull up a crowd member to answer any questions. So the presentation, basically, I just want to highlight, I'm going to stay 30,000 feet. So the presentation is not presenting the calendars at this time. The conversation is we have 8 meetings scheduled. We've had 5 meetings already. So we meet every Tuesday for an hour in the month of September and October. Barb is our board representative, and she's doing an amazing job on the committee, just overseeing, making sure we're in compliance of everything. But, so the idea is when we present to the board in November, we'll basically bring two years of calendars forward. So instead of 1 year, we're doing 2 years. We've done 2 years in the past. So we're moving the 22-23 calendar and 23-24 calendar forward. So just some things to talk about is, so when we bring the calendar forward, if the board approves the calendar, it's basically 99% approved. And the reason why I say it's 99% approved is because when we go through negotiations, there's times that we'll change the calendar and then bring it back for a vote for the board. So last year, negotiations did a lot of great work around the focus and the board's focus of professional development. So adding five professional development days within the calendar, there are some challenges in there because we had to redo the calendar of what was approved. So then we brought the calendar back after negotiations. We showed where we kind of changed some things around to get the 5 days. So the big emphasis with the calendar right now is there's some restrictions, as far as us moving forward. We want to make sure there's 185 contract days for teachers, 170 contact day with students. So the big emphasis has been discussion on October count. So October count, I'll try to stay 30,000 feet with this, but if you take October 1st, so there's an October count window for funding for the district. It's a week before and a week after, and there's some other restrictions in there too. But when we started having that conversation, we looked at, okay, so if you look at the window, currently right now we have 2 non-student days during that time. So students get counted during that time. If they show up October 1st, the window before, the week after. So when we reviewed that, we thought, okay, so there's a challenge there. So what we do is we look at other calendars as well, other district calendars, and when we looked at other district calendars, we looked at their October count window and we said, well, look, these districts don't, like they have student contact time during those 2 weeks. So for us, we had a personalized time in there before parent-teacher conferences, and then the PD day that we had on the 24th actually fell in the October count window. So we had some great members and was part of that conversation bringing forward, saying that, hey, this is something we need to look at. So when you look at the calendar committee values, right? So best for kids, families. We value flexibility of family schedules and educational time, including complete weeks versus partial weeks, and then finding a balance. And then we value all levels of students. So we're talking about elementary, middle, and high school. And then review religious holidays and October count window. So that was a value we had, and I kind of sidetracked on that October count. But that's something that we're looking at and saying, okay, so if we do that, then we need to shift some times around. So we have some ideas of a draft of what that could look like. So we've been working off drafts and just having a conversation, and tonight's presentation is about, okay, so what feedback is there from the board? Instead of coming to you with the 2 drafts and then having a discussion from there, it's a great idea to talk to the board and say, okay, so what input do you have as we go forward? What are you thinking? What's the community thinking? What are you representing? And then I'll take that feedback to our calendar committee Tuesday and then present what the board's value is. So that's kind of 30,000 feet. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of discussions. It's a lot of reviewing. And when you have new members on the committee, like you have to spend the first two meetings to talk about, okay, so here's the requirements, here's some restrictions, and we're trying to keep it as similar as the calendar that we have this year. And the reason why I say that is we did all that work, and that calendar is, when we did one calendar, the second calendar, we're in the second year of that calendar. So those two are similar, but the changes from negotiations changed that calendar that we currently have with the PD days. So the idea and the conversation we had was, can we keep it somewhat similar so we can see what the results were? There's just great things trying to keep it as consistent as we can. But that's conversations we're having. Nothing is finalized. It's really just draft conversations right now. So I'll pause there because I want to take up all of my 6 minutes left.
Questions? Board? Comments? Input? How many student contact days did we have this year?
170.
Okay, and you're aiming for 170 for the next 2?
Correct.
So I guess my question is around some of the other things that we've talked about, the impact calendar, but of course calendar isn't, right? Like calendar is such a critical component of all these other things as well. So there are more than this, but one of the ones that strikes me that was the most recent was talking about the heat index and air conditioning and the $80 million that we don't have to solve the air conditioning challenge, and how there are districts that have a pretty significant shift in their calendar from what we have. I know that that's not the only thing, and so I bring it up as how, given all the stuff that you just gave as a lay of the land that is all really valuable, I'm also wondering how are we integrating some of those other things that continue to bump up against the calendar, like the PD days as a recent example of one that had us going back to the drawing board, so that we can also potentially utilize a different calendar to address some of these issues. That's a really broad question, but you're trying to keep it at 30,000 feet, and so am I.
So from past conversations, I can totally understand where you're coming from. You're keeping it broad, and I totally get the reason why. There's so much to the calendar, right? Like it's okay, so do you start later than what you typically do? Do you start after Labor Day? So do you go into June? So do you use more of a year-round model? So what things can we do with a year-round model? What does that look like with other districts, trying to be similar with sporting events, activities, and all those things that would interfere with the calendar and kind of throw some things off. So it's trying to say, okay, so what's our focus? What's the value? And professional development is definitely a value, right? So trying to build that in, but then also having discussions. Like I said, it's a draft. So we're kind of looking at different things, and then from there we'd bring it back to the board and say, okay, so this is our best thinking at this time. Kind of answer any questions there, but to completely like blow up a calendar and kind of change it, like it needs time, because one you really need community input, right, and different stakeholders. And yes, we have stakeholders of parents. We have community members, we have staff, like from all different levels. So we've done a great job there. So you need more thinking on top of just the 15 members that we have, right? Like it's small task force group work, surveys, you're talking about getting surveys out. There's just a lot more work you need to do if you want to go extremely outside of the thinking box to really attack student achievement, right? So that's why I love the conversations in calendar committee over the years. This being the 8th year of facilitating and having an opportunity to provide leadership from our superintendent on calendar committee. It starts there, and there's so many different parameters. So it's like, okay, here's the state guidelines, make sure you're compliant there. So it's a lot deeper conversation. I don't see us moving something forward that is extremely outside of the box, because we want to be somewhat consistent with our PD days and focus on that. So if we focus, like this is year 1 for PD, you have 2 more years with a calendar similar to that, and then you can start seeing some results. And then from there, you start thinking about, okay, so what are some other options that could help, change the needle around student achievement? And I can stand here all day talking about this because I'm pretty passionate about student achievement and
I guess I could relate it, Don, to 3 or 4 years ago when we switched our start times from, we took 2 years to do the research and really think about it and talk about it, because this would be a drastic change if we really are truly going to make that kind of adjustment. But if that's what I think it would take, is a couple of years of studying before we move forward with really looking at what's the best piece and how we would go about doing it. But I hear you.
I really appreciate that, and I'm not even sure that I like that idea. I know that it just is something that we kind of throw around, like, could we do this and a little of this, and because we're having to get creative to really cover all the bases, all the ways, and so it's just interesting to kind of reverse the way that we've had our conversations to say, okay, now in the calendar committee, how does that flip it around? And I enjoy hearing the process, just to know that in the end, all of this ends up on the table, at least to some extent, as part of what gets worked through to really end up with the calendar we have. And you're proving how there is no easy solutions for something this size and this magnitude, and I appreciate that as well. Because at 30,000 feet, that's kind of the best I can walk away with, is knowing how deep the work is doing.
So sometimes if you want this, you have to sacrifice this, right? So it's like every time you push the green button, you have 3 red buttons that come up, right? So it's kind of that idea of, okay, so what's the impact of this decision? What's the impact of that? So it's deep conversations around that.
I just have one quick question. What does review religious holidays mean?
Yeah, so basically what that means is we have a handout like this, and it covers all the common religious and public holidays for 22-23. So it gets into like Yom Kippur, it gets into Veterans Day is on there, Labor Day, Hanukkah, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Day. So I can kind of go on from Ash Wednesday, and it tells what religious group, the dates, and additional notes. So that's something important for us to kind of look at too as we're building the calendar to really build awareness for some of the days. Like if we have a day, like how does that impact the overall picture?
Right. And it'd be interesting too, when, I know the calendar, when it comes out, it's full of stuff to keep it on one page, but it's interesting to note those holidays on the calendar too, because I can remember back when I was in school 100 years ago, seeing notations about different holidays on the calendars, and a thing that said something about, avoid testing on these days. And I didn't know what it meant as a kid, but now I know that it was kind of a call out to teachers, and, don't do a big test on that day because kids in those religions might not be there that day. All right, anybody else? Any other questions?
I guess that does lead me to a very specific one, which is that Ramadan is probably the biggest one that comes back every year because it overlaps with state level testing, which is outside of our control. And that also, it starts to get outside of the scope of this conversation, but it's still calendar. So I would love to know what we might be able to do to advocate to say, why are we doing that to students? So if you have any idea of how we can advocate at that site level to not do something as important as CMAS at a time when kids can't eat. That just makes sense to me.
Yeah, so the great thing is there's a check and balance, right? Like, I'm listening to the board and I'm kind of writing down to take that back to Tuesday, and then I have 2 calendar committee. I will check what I'm saying as well, and they'll bring that forward as well to kind of provide feedback that it's just not what I heard, it's what they heard. So yeah, it's definitely awareness of, the holidays.
Get it.
Thanks, Bill.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Stu?
Yeah.
Hang on, Bill, come back. Sorry about that.
I'd like to phone a friend, Andy Chrisman, if you're still in the audience, we would like you to listen to this question.
Well, actually, this is kind of a phone a friend question. I'm interested in your input, Barb's, probably as a member of the committee. Is it reasonable or useful, or would it be reasonable or useful to have students on this committee? After listening to this and being on the board now for a couple of years, I'm wondering, knowing that students are involved in some committees and not others, it seems to me that this could be a place for some student involvement, but I could be way off base, and I would appreciate hearing from those of you who are on the calendar committee.
Yeah, so the first thing I think, that's always a great idea, right? To kind of have a student involved. It's the same thing. It's just representing a different group. It's a different lens, right? We're all former students, but we're not a student right now. So to kind of hear from a student would be a good idea. So that's something to consider.
Really pondering
outside
that,
of it, yeah.
Because of the timing and the fact that it's after school, and it would come away from other after-school activities. So I guess I would think I'd want to consider it a little bit more before we jumped into it at this point.
Yeah, I think like bringing somebody on right now as a student, I think it would be tough because we'd have to backtrack a little bit. Yeah. But that doesn't stop the thinking of, hey, so what if we had the drafts and, we got out to a school and pulled a group of students and said, hey, well, and then there's even a high school group right now too that Mark's facilitating.
What we certainly could do is bring a draft or just maybe a couple of options forward. And I wouldn't even relegate it to high school. I would also open it up to our elementary and middle school students as well, as they certainly would have input. But certainly the groups that I meet with would be delighted to provide feedback and insight.
That makes more sense.
And some students will do this. When's spring break? When's winter break? When's the beginning of school? When's the after school? That's the first thing that you would see. And spending all the time with middle school students.
That's what parents do too, though. To be honest.
They could certainly bring an interesting perspective, if not as members of the committee, in some of the ways that you're suggesting here. And I would encourage you to look at how you might solicit that kind of feedback.
Yeah, I would also add that this is a committee that's meeting an hour once a week for like 8 or 10 weeks. So you'd be thoughtful about what you brought on.
The other thing I would add is I think this is one of the committees where the membership is prescribed by the board and board policy. That it's not, it's obviously what's outlined in board policy is not, it doesn't prohibit additional representation, but it's something that you folks talk about.
Something to think about.
I like the idea of bringing drafts to student groups and bringing.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Next up, item 7.6, Monroe and Mary Blair Elementary Disposition Recommendation. Todd Piccone.
And again, I do not have friend or any.
Don't have a friend to call.
I'm all by myself. Yeah.
Bill will be your
I got
friend.
one.
I would ignore that
I got
one.
one. All right. All right. Tonight for discussion is the first discussion and recommendation on the Monroe. In alignment with Strive 2025, this touches on quite a few of it, but really the 4.3 and 4.1 ensure transparency and just a little background information. We've been talking about this not since 2021, but since January 20 of 2021. We've been talking about we'd be really ahead, and yeah, this would be going backwards. Yeah, but anyway, I want to provide some background information because tonight, although we're just talking about the disposition of these two properties, school buildings, we've been talking about the consolidation since January. Through a large amount of, obviously, board discussion, but then community meetings, board study sessions. So there's been a lot of community input just around this entire topic. So I just want to provide some background information about when this process started compared to where we're at today and our recommendation for moving forward. When we look at recommendation, what I do real quick is pause here because this is really a lot of the work of the master plan committee. So Chad Racine, who's our chair, could not be here tonight. He's out of town, but he was going to be here tonight to present along on behalf of the master plan committee. But first, for those that are watching, I want to thank that committee because they are a very dedicated, involved committee that has really taken a lot of this discussion that's, it's made up of educators, parents, a large variety of individuals throughout the community to help provide input to staff and really challenge some of the thinking and question why some of the direction we're going. So this is actually a snapshot of our working document in the committee. And what we did is we took each building and then did pros and cons, talked about options. We could do this, we could do this. But really what we want to do tonight is talk about the recommendation. So at Monroe Elementary, we looked at, really this came as the number one recommendation from the committee, would be to sell Monroe Elementary. And you can see those are the areas that we looked at where monies we would then have could be used for other capital improvements. Part of the fiscal operational costs would be reduced because we reduced the operating costs by the building. Also, there's a lot of conversation with CDOT already, and there has been for years about widening. So that's just all things that we talk about within the committee. So moving forward, that is for discussion tonight, is to recommend Monroe as a surplus property as outlined in BOE policy. So I'm not asking for any vote tonight or recommendation, actual recommendation. I'm sorry, vote on the recommendation. But we will be coming back in a future board meeting, next meeting, about that and ask for authorization. Mary Blair, there was a little more discussion and opportunity. So you can see here, we ended up on two really items. So you can see item one is there was a lot of conversation about keeping the asset for future use. When you look at Mary Blair, where its proximity, it actually sits on the same lot. Physical lot is Conball. And when I say physical, it's not just because it's next to it. It's actually one legal lot that is combined in one. So when we looked at that, there was a conversation about flexibility for future use.
But you talk about that, then we look at the operation costs of keeping the building for some of those things. So that's what some of the cons you'll see there was, okay, if we keep that for these things, we still have some of the operating costs, and we don't have any funds allocated right now for the renovation, you know, if we were to do something different there. So that's where item 2 came in to really help keep the building as a district asset, but then look at it for a different use. So this would be converting it to more of a community use. When I say community use, it's really the school districts aligned with the district's goals to keep it aligned there, but that's sort of community use with a community partner running it. So you see, those are the 2 that came to, I'll say they rose to the top. There was other conversations about, okay, well, could we sell it? Could we do other things with it? There was really, as we discussed it and looked through the pros and cons, this came up for the recommendation for building use. So just a quick summary, the recommendation would be to convert that building to a different use. You'll see in the next slide, we have a large list of what does that mean, what could that be. That's just really that's input from MPC and all the community so not is that an all-inclusive list or that's the final list, but that was the list that was created from MPC. So in saying that, there would be additional community meetings and input meetings to figure out, okay, what are the true programs that align with district values to then move that forward. And one of the discussions we had was the money to convert, those whatever the programs that is would be negotiated with that partner. So that would be the cost of that partner. Let's see here. This is the list of possible community use. So that's it was really a brainstorm session with everyone in the committee to say, okay, what are some ideas that we could use the building for within that partner. Not that all these align with, the district's vision, but it was important also to make sure that we listed the voice of all the community that played a part in this recommendation. Additionally, what we asked was, okay, if we are going to partner with someone, what are some values of that partner? So what are some things, if we're bringing someone in to partner with us to use that building in a different way, who should we look at and what value should they have as a partner? So you can see a lot of things that came up was they're a trusted community partner, understands TSD in our local community, relationship, just being a good neighbor, a good neighbor obviously with us, but then the school and the neighborhood, community oriented, equity education. So a lot of the things that came out of the values from the committee is what we would look at and who we would look at to help partner to move this to the next. And I would say one strong comment that came out in the end, this was Monday night, that I made sure I would share was they want to make sure the building stays dedicated to these items and to the core value of TSD. So it doesn't get leased or, as a, say, restaurant or, anything commercial. That was one comment in the end. The MPC was very supportive of everything we talked about, but one comment they had was just make sure that we said we would pass along, and I know Stu is a part of the committee as well, and he heard it, but that we would keep that that alignment to district values. So some next steps. There's a couple next steps. So at the Monroe property, that would be just a true label surplus, and it'd be a similar process that we looked at, for recent properties that we've put on the market. Next step for really the Mary Blair property is look at, defining what are the values and opportunities for those programs in that building. How do we define that then to partner with someone then to take on that type of project for that? So those are next steps. Specific for the board, it'll be looking at labeling per board policy, the property is surplus for Monroe, and then approving the different use for for a different use for Mary Blair other than obviously the school building it is now. So in going through that presentation, I would like to just take any questions you have for the process we've been through and our next step.
I just have one thing that I just thought of while you were giving your presentation. And I don't know who Mary Blair was herself. I'm assuming she was an early teacher. But it would be nice if somehow that name could be retained. Because I know when we did Stansberry and Van Buren, like, there was nobody to speak for Van Buren, right? He was a president, whatever, stuff named after him. But the family, the Stansberry family, wanted us to keep that name. And this is sort of similar. Monroe is another president that's like, yeah, there's lots of Monroe stuff. But it'd be nice if we could keep somehow, if that could be part of the TSD value in there, keeping that name associated.
Yeah, definitely. That could be a value we can add
Mary
to
Blair
that.
Center for whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, that could be part of the, or say what we need to outcome of this, yes.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Todd. And you'll come back with this as an action item next time.
I will, so there'll be 2 separate ones, one for each facility.
Next meeting, you're thinking.
Correct, yes, yeah.
Last but not least tonight is item 7.7, which is the first reading of policy and regulation JF. I guess I better put my glasses. JFDBA, is that what that says? JFBA and JFBB, choice enrollment.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Schaefer, Don Huckabee, Chief Academic Officer. Tonight we're bringing forward to you first reading on change in a policy and regulation related to open enrollment or choice enrollment. And so tonight, I thought this would do it. Our connection really around this is inclusive and supportive culture and having, ensuring our facilities, because if students can choice into schools, that certainly helps to make welcoming, safe, and inclusive. As you have the red line versions, which show the changes, and I don't know why, I don't have anything on me, so I don't know why it's making those noises. You have the red line version of the policy. So what I would just like to highlight are where are the major changes. First, we would like to change the name of the policy from School of Choice / open enrollment to choice enrollment. I mean, that's what families are doing. They are choosing where they would like to have their students enroll. We are proposing changing from a time-stamped process that is first come, first served to a random lottery within prioritized categories. And what that allows us to do is provide equitable access within those priority categories, regardless of when the application was submitted within the established application window. Because current practice is, if you were there, or if you have your Google form in at 8:01, yours will be looked at first before anyone else. And then the one that comes in at 8:01 and 30 seconds is 30 seconds after that. So it creates a more equitable access. And then we're also suggesting removing the language that specifically calls about open and closed schools. And that is, we do that work anyway by identifying what slots are available, and so that information goes out rather than identifying them as open or closed, because there's sometimes some confusion about what open and closed means in this context. There was also reference to language that was a leftover from No Child Left Behind, where there was a requirement that parents, if a school was identified as a turnaround school, that parents could automatically enroll their students somewhere else. That is no longer part of federal law, so that is to be removed. And we've clarified language in the transportation section to ensure that we are providing the required transportation based on federal mandates. So there's just some little nuances there. We have updated the non-discrimination list to be consistent with policy AC, non-discrimination. And then there were a number of statutory citations that we needed to update in the policy. The regulation had a whole lot of other changes. And one thing I do want to I forgot about this because it was news to me on Monday. We received the most recent update special update from the Colorado Association of School Boards. And this particular policy has a new statute that that we need to have some specific language to include around rights of military children. And so this statement that you see here, where we will be inserting into the policy in an appropriate place. When you see the policy come back to you in 2 weeks, we will have that highlighted so you and the public will be very clear. This is required language. We do need to put this in about, and really it is to protect the rights of military families, and actually it elevates them as being a first priority of being able to choose a school that makes the most sense for them and stay in that school. So those are just a couple of things, and then also it takes into account the younger siblings again, so that siblings stay together. So that's new as of Monday, and so that's why rather than completely redoing all the red lines when you'd already had them to look at, that will be added. So, as I was saying, the bigger changes really relate to the regulation. The regulation spells out the process for how we do choice enrollment. And obviously, if we're changing from a first come, first served time stamped, we need to really completely revise. So what I want to share, though, is what stayed the same, at least pretty close. We are retaining the initial application window. So that window will still be starting the first Monday following Thanksgiving break through the first Friday following the winter break. So that window that families are accustomed to stays the same. The continuing enrollment criteria. So once a student is accepted into their choice school, they are allowed to stay there through the last grade of that school, unless there happens to be some extenuating circumstances. So we're retaining that language, which was in the previous regulation. The requirements for student activity and athletic eligibility, those remain the same. The grounds for denial of choice enrollment, those are straight out of state statute, and so those retained, as well as the appeal process. They just might be in a different place than where they were before, but the content remains the same. What has changed? So obviously the process. We are contracting with a vendor to help with this lottery process, to ensure that it's fair, equitable, and everything is very clearly documented of how that works. There is description of the two application windows. So one is round one, and that will be that any applications that are submitted in that first Monday after Thanksgiving through the last Friday the first Friday after the winter break, those are the ones that will go into the lottery. Anything that is submitted after that, they are then added to any wait list in a first come, first served order. So that would be a round two or a transfer. So we're still working through a little bit about exactly when does round two start, because in talking to our vendor, perhaps the day right after is not the right date. So we'll have those dates cleaned up for you as well in 2 weeks. We have a better description of what the transfer process is. Currently, like open enrollment just is all forever. And actually what we need to do is to stop open enrollment when school gets started. And then if a student wants to change schools, then it becomes a transfer. And if a student does the transfer, it in essence becomes, but then again, they're added at the bottom of any wait list. So they can do that if there's space available after the lottery results have gone through and students in that list have had an opportunity for a space. Any students who applied after the lottery and before school started, and then transfer. So just again, cleans up that a little bit for a process. And we've also included what the selection process is for the available spaces at schools. So, from when you would be notified to, placement on a wait list, and a description of the process of, accepting that offer of an opening at a school. We removed a few things. One thing we removed was a section called Exceptions for Boundary Changes. We will be bringing forward, bringing forward a new policy called student attendance areas. We have this in policy. The language there, and that language is specific to what happens if we make boundary changes and who gets to stay at the existing schools and which students need to go to the new attendance boundary area. So it fits better there. And the administrative placement section was in the regulation, and it is now in the policy. So those were two things there. And then we've also updated just the timing of when families receive the notification, because the digital application will allow families to get the information quicker and respond quicker because it's digital. The big piece then is, so how does this lottery work? And so we are proposing that this would be the order of the lottery. Again, military families will actually be moved to the top. And then would be students of any regular licensed, classified, or administrative, professional, technical employee. Next would be siblings. So if the student who wants to enroll in a school has a sibling who is already choice enrolled into the school, they would have a priority, again, to keep families together. The next one is if two siblings are wanting to get into a different school and one sibling is accepted in a slot, then it looks to bump then the second sibling into and that student accepts the spot, then they bump into now there's a student in the same school attending. So they move up a little bit in the order there. We also want to maintain our dual language immersion program as it moves from an elementary to a middle to a high school. So if a student isn't naturally going, in the attendance area of where our dual language middle and high schools, middle schools now, high schools to be determined, is that they would have preference over any new student who resides in the district who wants to go to that school, or any student who resides outside the district. So those are the key changes. There's a lot of red line in there, but those are the key changes. Your consideration, and we would be bringing back the changes, and again, I will highlight the military specific things, as well as any change in dates that we might have in the regulation. I'll highlight those for you for your meeting in 2 weeks, and we ask you approve because we need to start advertising. As soon as you approve on October 20th, we need to start advertising because the system will kick off in about 5 weeks after that, 6 weeks maybe.
Questions, board. Dr. Schaefer, you have a question?
Not a question, but Don, can you expand a little bit? I know there are some items that we covered in our board working session, something about the Google translation, so the availability to do this in all languages I think is important. And some just the other features I know we talked about, just overall accessibility for all families. Can you just underscore some of those features?
I absolutely can. Thank you for the reminder. So the vendor that we are utilizing, we will create the form in English. When a family goes to use the form, they will then immediately have the opportunity to choose their own language. It's 140 some odd languages. They use Google Translate, but it's not the free version of Google Translate that we all have readily access to. It's actually a paid version, so it is very, very explicit and connected to those languages. And then everything the family gets from then forward is in their native language. So whatever language they select at the beginning, whatever responses they would get their notice that their student, there's a spot available for their student, or they would get the notice that their student's on a wait list for a school. It's in their language. So, and that's nothing we have to do. We don't have to do the translation. The app does that. The other thing from an accessibility standpoint, it is digital. We are working with the vendor on how to ensure that a family, if they don't have a mobile device, if they don't have an email, those are the two biggies. So we're working with them on how do we ensure that. It may need to be something that happens at the school. And then how do we notify them? We don't think that's going to be a large number of families, but we do know that there are potentially a few. So those are things we're working with the vendor on, as well as our staff and our process of if a family just says, I don't have a phone, a cell phone, I don't have an email address, how do I do this? So we're working through those things.
There is no paper version. I mean, there's no way to do it.
No.
Okay.
No.
Jared?
2 quick questions. The lottery would be once a year, correct?
That is correct.
So at semester, it would be a transfer. Okay. The other question, we've got dual language. Do we have anything, I don't know about any of the programs we have, like an IEP or ADA. Has that been considered?
So if a student does have an individualized education plan or a Section 504 plan, our staff, they always get reviewed to make sure that the choice that the program the school can support the student's needs. So there are times, though, that a student may be denied, but it's through the IEP team looks at the IEP and say, can this new school, can we meet the needs of this student, or do they need a specialized program? And so those are definitely considerations.
Questions, board? No? This will come back, you said October 20th is our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dawn. Right. I believe that brings us to the end of our written agenda. And there's nothing attached. There are no written reports attached. Future agenda items and requests for information. Anybody have anything? Our next meeting is October 20th.
October 20th, and that'll be at Berthoud
in Berthoud.
High School, 5 o'clock start. We will meet with the town trustees as well as mayor.
So 5 o'clock is dinner.
5 o'clock is
with the
dinner and kind of
town
working
trustees.
session.
Yeah,
The
the Board of
meeting is at
Trustees.
6 p.m.
Okay. We have Sunrise Health
Monday, 5:30 p.m. For a very short ceremony and then ribbon cutting.
Big T tomorrow, right?
Big T tomorrow.
Yes,
That is
thank you.
4:30 to 6:30. 4 to 6.
Yeah.
4 to 6 p.m. at Big T. It's an open house, so it's any time in that time frame is great.
Oh, excuse me, we don't have any other events like that next week, correct? Okay, if there's nothing further, I will call us adjourned. Thank you.